What's up, y'all? Morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Today we're going to be talking about blockages or blocks that we've been blocked in our life. And for those of you who are watching the live stream on the replay, scroll to about 3 to 4 minutes in. I'll be at the water. For the rest of you who are just tuning in, hello. Good to have you on. And we're going to start talking about blockages shortly when I get to the water. As you can see, I'm kind of like holding my pose of blockages. Perfect. All right. Let's test 1, 2, 3. Oops. That's what I... Perfect. All right. I'll see you guys in a... All right, people. Let's roll. Indeed. All right. Off we go. I started a little bit later. This is like how we used to do it all the time. We just go for the walk. It's 10:35. And we'll see what happens with my phone. Should be okay heading back. We may not be staying at the water for too long. It's more like a going around in the circle. So today we're going to be talking about being blocked, or our preconceived notions of being blocked. Blockages, blocked. And it's funny because I'm going to start off with a funny story right now, which was not funny maybe like a few minutes ago. And so I'm gonna ban your ass, boy. Don't start with me today, or I'll whoop your ass. I'll literally ban your ass and I'll never see you again. So yeah. So I was taking a shower after I did my workout, and the drain in the tub decided to now get blocked. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. First the bike, then the power thing, the UPS. Now this, like, universe, you be attempting to bring the old frequency, huh? You attempting to block me again, huh? Attempting to get me frustrated and all kinds of shit. But you know, I'm not gonna play into the game. I did get frustrated a little bit with the clog. I'm like, what the fuck's going on with this thing? It's never been clogged. We've had this tub for like the last 5 years. No blockages, no nothing. And all of a sudden it's all clogged. Come on now. Good morning. I'm like, come on, this is ridiculous. So I was like dissecting to see what I need to do. I definitely have to get a stick before we come back. I need to get something that's long that can fit through the pipe. So I need something thin. So I'll use nature and elements. What's up, Doc? What's up, Anonymous? We're just walking to the trail. We're probably not gonna stay at the water today because I have a call at 3 p.m. which is in 5 hours from now. So I won't really have that time to spend too much at the water. So we're just taking the walk. So yeah, that's basically, I'm like, come on, universe, like, what are we doing here? You know I'm in the new frequency. You want to test me, huh? You want to test me to see if I'm gonna crack, huh? I did snap. I did say, I fucking hate this house, and I'm like, ugh, I hate everything in this house. It's like it just fucking needs to be destroyed completely. And I'm like, old frequency kicking in. I let the character get upset. But then I was like, okay, solution time. I gave the character 10 minutes of vent. Because I'm like, what the fuck? First the bicycle with the pop tire, then the UPS with the dead battery. Now the pipe. Now the washroom, or not the washroom, the bathtub with the fucking clog pipe. Come on, it's bullshit, right? And so, morning. How are you? Good? Good stuff. And so I started to like, okay, felt like I was going down a fucking little rabbit hole. Jeanette, good to see you. I was thinking about you. I was like, I trust that you took a couple days off on like relaxing. I, on the other hand, the last couple days have been kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. But you know, this is what the old frequency will do. Your old frequency is your doppelganger who is staying alive in your head, who wants to block you from experiencing the things you're supposed to block, not be blocked by. So this is where you have to catch yourself and be like, okay, this is just one of those things you got to deal with in the physical. But remember, don't get too tripped up with the bullshit. So later, when I'm done with my call with Noelle, I'm gonna go and dissect that damn pipe. But before I get back in, I gotta find like a small twig, something that's long that has a little bit of a hook. Yeah, I hear you. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying? Like, yesterday, you know, at the end of the stream, I was like, the fuck, where did everybody go? Like, I was just talking and like, bang, everybody just disappeared. I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on here? I mean, my character's been great. I'm wonderful. I'm stellar. It's just, you know, physical things sometimes show up and you're like, come on, universe. Like, we've already shifted. Like, well, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Are you attempting to test me? I don't subscribe to tests, by the way. Like, I say nothing more than it's preparation. But you know, sometimes it does feel like the universe is blocking you. even though it's actually you blocking yourself, because the universe is just you. Because it's so deeply entrenched into our mind that we think it's some guy in the sky that's telling us like, oh yeah, that's not for you. You can't have that. Who do you think you are, huh? You can't have that. Right? No, it's just, some physical things happened. Like the bike tire popped when I wanted to go ride the bike back last week. Then my UPS, while I was doing my workout 2 days ago, the battery dies randomly, and like it makes this buzzing sound. I'm like, fuck. And now when I went to take a shower this morning, yesterday I took a shower, no problem. Nothing happened, and then now this morning the pipe is clogged. What? So I'm like, okay, all right, I see what you're doing. Which is funny because I'm like halfway in and out of the old frequency. Because, a couple days ago, you want to hear something funny? I shared with you all that one of the gift cards that I bought for Mom, it was defective, which is so rare. How does a gift card be defective? I called like 2 weeks ago, nothing. Like no one had dealt with it. And now I get basically 2 gift cards. So I know the universe is showering me with abundance. So it's like I'm still not quite in the magical, like all magical stuff. There's still some bullshit you got to deal with. And this is what I was talking about. The universe is going to throw you those fucking little curveballs and see how you're going to handle it. Just to see if you're going to crack. And it will use a circumstance, a situation, a person, or an event to see how you're going to handle it. Like my bike thing, all right, fine. I'm like, okay. Yesterday we went to Walmart. I found out that they sell the bike tubes there and the tires. Cool, now I know. So I can go and replace it. Easy peasy. So that's solution number 1. Number 2, for the UPS, I mean, I'm going to have to just change that out. And I don't really need the UPS aspect. I just need a good power bar again. So I need to just buy one of those. So that's the solution there. And now the drain, the pipe. Because I got a shower down there. That's my shower. So I got to find a way to unclog that drain. So I need a twig. Because I'm not going to go buy one of those snake things. It's just a waste of time for one job. So I can just get a twig that's long enough. So on my way back, we're going to be looking for a twig. The perfect twig to dig through that damn drain. So basically what I'm saying is, this is a perfect reason why today I called it blocked. Because it feels like at times the universe is blocking you. Like you're doing all the right things, you're reading all the right books, you're in the right frequency, you're embodying the state of being, but then something throws you off, and then you're like, what the fuck, universe? Right? Because life is not always going to be sunshine and rainbow. Shit is going to happen. The physical, even though the physical is the illusion, but we get so tied to the physical. So yeah, everything is a lesson. It's definitely a lesson in like how you manage yourself. You see, like, something like this maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, I would have been like, I would have been so mad. I would have been like angry for like at least a whole day. Things that used to take days, weeks, months to resolve, now it takes like moments, Yeah, coat hanger, and I could technically use one of those. I think I have a spare metal one that I can use. Just need to get something thin enough to dig through. Yeah. Sounds good, Jeanette. Enjoy your day. I'm enjoying my day. I'm not gonna we're in this moment, so I'm gonna do it. See, look, here's a twig. Look. I'm gonna just put this in my bag. See, I still brought my bag just in case. Watch we come back with a bunch of twigs. I don't know why there's shoes here. Oh, we're coming back with twigs, y'all. That's right. You guys don't see me coming through the school much anymore because I usually start at the trail. What's up, Sadia? So yeah, everything's a fucking lesson in disguise. Like when you're like, what the fuck is the universe doing right now? Like this is bullshit. Like everything's working out, everything's good. Like here's the real thing. It's, you know, when life is going good, that's not when your frequency is going to be proven. It's when shit's going bad, going left, going south, going in the direction you don't want it to go in. That's when you get to prove your worth and not your worth, but your mettle with your frequency. Because it's not about what's going on, it's about who you're going to be when something is going on. You know what I'm saying? That's the real bar, y'all. And I've talked about that before. Right? I could have like let these 3 little different physical incidents just stop me from live streaming and not come on and blah, 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 blah. But I decided, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to walk to the water area. I might stay there for a little bit. We'll see. Or I might not. All depends. But, you know, it just feels like sometimes the universe just wants to say, fuck you. But it's not actually doing anything like that. Just sometimes the universe has to throw you a curveball to test your mettle, to see how you're going to handle it. Nice. Yeah, it's a little hot. It's not boiling hot yet, but it's going to get there soon enough. I'm going to stop by this spot here and do a couple hanging. Look at this little doggy. Tiny pug. You're still a child, Doc. You just have to tap back into that version. Just because you're in an adult body doesn't mean that you're not a child. You can still tap into that child version of you. It still exists. It only doesn't exist if you say it doesn't exist. All right, we're gonna quickly like. Let's see. Is he gonna hang? We're gonna just quickly hang for a sec. Take a moment. This is my morning things that I do before I get on the stream. You guys see me doing this at the trail, but I do this stuff first thing in the morning before I get to the trail every day, except for Mondays. Okay, cool. Let's do that quickly. We're doing the push-ups. I'll get back to talking shortly. Ooh, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm using the back camera right now. All right, let's roll out. Okay, let's roll. All the tiny bubbas are here. All the little ones are here. Cool. You can easily be a kid without anyone else. That's what I do. I find time to go do stuff on my own because, like, this is what we were talking about, like permission yesterday. I don't need permission to be a kid, nor do I need permission to be a kid when I'm with someone. I can just be a kid alone and I'll be okay. So you can give yourself the permission and unblock yourself and just be a kid at any time. You all have that power. And yes, by the way, all that you just saw me do there, I do that before I come to the stream. So I get the blood flowing, even though I already did my workout this morning. Here's my dude over there with his wife, walking their doggies. Hey, how are you? Good, thank you. Enjoy your day. Thank you. So yeah, Doc, Sadia, Anonymous, anybody else, you're all children at any time you want to be. Just because you're in an adult body doesn't mean you're still not that child. They just forget. Morning. I make sure people remember little by little. Like that person who just passed me with the Deadpool shirt, he forgot who he was too. Why? Because I can tell just by looking into his eyes. He's taking on the world's definitions and he's playing into the game. So I can do one of two things. I can keep walking around the neighborhood and then going down to the trail, or I go down the trail over there. I think I'm gonna go into the trail. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go down that way. Normally I would go around and then circle around to the trail, but we're gonna go down. Let's go. Yeah. Sentinel, what's up, dude? My bio is laughable. Sure. I mean, if you're laughing at your own self, then I mean you're laughing at yourself. Because the bio is actually you. But you can block yourself from infinite flow. Go ahead. Karen free zones are legit. Sure. Off to the trail we go. Anyways, back to my people who are normally here. You have the power in every present moment to basically remove the blockages from your life. Again, the mind is going to use your physical experience, similar to mine's this morning, to sort of stop you in your track, because it's taking on a physical experience and magnifying it for your mental and astral experience to keep you kind of like locked to your paradigm so you don't change. But the funny thing is, you're giving power to the very thing that you don't want to give power to, and yet when the power that you want to give to the thing you want to give to, you don't give any power to it, and yet you're still giving power to a choice in every present moment. Welcome back. I decided to just walk straight into the trail. We're going to be walking that way. Get my steps in. And then we'll walk back. It should be like 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. It should be like 27 today. It's comfortable. It's good. This is the temperature that I'll be experiencing a lot when I'm living in San Diego, because they usually get this type of weather. Morning. Good morning, how are you? Good, yourself? Everything's good? Good. Your wife with you? Gotcha. I'll see you on the way. All right. I could take that, but that's too long. That's too thick. Pause. Hello, IC. Pleasure. No one's ever obligated to sub, just so you know, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. Won't ever push away new subs. Right now we're talking about unblocking yourself, because a lot of us feel like we're blocked. We're getting blocked by the universe, even though the universe is basically us. There they are. Good morning. Enjoy your rollerblading. See you, bro. And off they go. We'll see them probably on the way back. Yeah, I'm heading to the stream for a little bit. I brought my battery, but the thing is I forgot to charge it last night, so don't know how much juice is left in the battery bank. So I'll just like stay there for, I guess, until the phone starts to discharge, and then head on back. Let's see. So, your physical experiences sometimes will say, like, come on, universe, like, the fuck? Like, you want something else. You want to experience something else, but then shit just doesn't go the way you want it to go. And then it builds frustration, and frustration is a very, very corrosive energy to be in, because when you're frustrated, it'll lead to potentially drainage of your conviction and your confidence in your ability to bring forth what you desire to bring. But the funny thing is, you're still bringing forth everything right now, both the good and not so good. So you're really not actually blocked by anything. You're just blocking the good stuff by unblocking the bad stuff and allowing the so-called bad stuff to happen, while letting the good stuff be further and further away from your experience. And again, using my physical experience this morning with the the shower drain, I'm like, come on, like, the fuck, dude? Like, First my bike, the tire. So I'm like, okay, cool. I found the solution yesterday. Then the UPS the following day. I'm like, okay. So you're now using my physical experience against me. Okay, cool. But you see, it's not really using it against me. It's seeing how I'm going to handle challenges. Because if you can't handle the small stuff, what makes you think you're going to handle the big stuff when it comes? Pause on that. Cool. Awesome. And if you're using alpha, that means you're still playing human. We don't do alphas here. We do omega. Actually, we don't even do omega. It's a waste of time. We do divine. But you can use alpha. That's still low on the vibrational scale. But keep using alpha. You can up it to sigma if you want. But you're beyond alpha and sigma. You're divine. You just forgot that. What's a low tier divine to a high? Well, there's no such thing as low tier divine, because divine transcends duality. So that's a paradoxical statement. In fact, that's not even a statement. That's an illogical statement. But keep blocking yourself. I love interacting with you guys. It's funny. Let's see. So again, like this morning with the shower drain finally being clogged, I guess the universe really wanted me to talk about being blocked, because some of you need to hear it. Some of you, not all of you. Even if you came here to waste time and troll me, it's okay. I respect your trollness. I was once like you all at one point, doing unnecessary obfuscations and trolling and creating like nonsensical problems and being facetious. I've done it all. I've been there.
Morning.
Good morning. Enjoy your day.
Very good.
And so, for me, I respect it. I know where you guys are. I've been there. Am I jogging? No, I'm walking. Just walking a little bit faster. Getting some steps in. I have a call at 3 o'clock today. So I want to get to my water spot and chat for a little bit and then head on back. True wolves don't have to tell anyone they are wolves. Bar. Exactly. Just like someone who's like super duper spiritual doesn't need to tell people that they're spiritual. Because I've run into quite a few people who are like, I'm this high spiritual being. Okay, cool. Congratulations for showing me how high you really actually are in your mind, not your soul. Because having to announce that you're a high spiritual being implies that you're not actually really high. It's the paradox. Well, because you wanted to come into a weak, frail body and have a human experience. It's funny, there's a quote I heard sometime yesterday in the evening. God wanted to become man so that man can become God. It's a paradox. We've been programmed, and so many people are still programmed to believe that some dude in the sky, but you are a fractal of the universe, even if you don't believe that. But whatever you currently believe in, it's true. But whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So if you feel that you're not divine, that's okay. Nothing wrong. Keep living the way you're living. Hey, you good? Good stuff. Nothing wrong with that. But there's too many people now who actually know who they actually are. And eventually the rest of the planet will catch up and know. The tables have turned. The tides have shifted. Little by little, though. You're doing it right now, technically, by your words, your thoughts, your beliefs, your feelings, your actions or inactions that you take or don't take. You have the power right now. You've just been convinced and finessed into believing that you're this, well, yes, you are a human being, and yes, you are living in a human body, but you are so much more powerful because everything that you bring forth is coming from within yourself, as within, so without. But you're probably taking your outside world and believing that is to be true, and then the outside world is then reinforcing inside your inner world, and then you reinforce it back out. So it becomes an unfortunate paradoxical loop. Doesn't mean life's going to be perfect once you've mastered your mind. Shit's still going to happen. Life's going to throw you those curveballs, but you get to consciously, traverse it and navigate it in a way where you can not get down and beat yourself up. You start to react differently. In fact, you start to respond a lot differently. You start to choose consciously what you entertain and what you don't entertain. I've been where you've been, so it may take some time. There's a reason why you were brought here for me to tell you this. There are no accidents. You've never been on my stream before, so this is actually for you specifically today, for you to hear this. You may not like it because you have your current beliefs. Your beliefs are not wrong. It'll never be wrong, but you will eventually shift at some point. At some point you will eventually feel the shift, because no one comes on my stream by accident, even the trolls. Oh, you have seen me before. I guess this is the first time I'm interacting with you. You're definitely using an anime that I used to watch. Because you named it Mid-Adventure instead of Wild Adventure or Grand Adventure. I forget if it was Grand Adventure or Wild Adventure. No, it's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh yeah. Before enlightenment, chop wood, fetch water. After enlightenment, chop wood, fetch water. Spot on, anonymous. Jeanette, I couldn't get it. I gotta go. I'll try and check in later. Also, life is a gift. Everything is your mindset. So I'm weak and don't matter in grand scheme of things, and after enlightenment, I'm still weak and don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Well, you're not weak. You're just taking your human body as some sort of weak thing. Yes, you are going to die just like I'm going to die, like everybody else is going to die, but that doesn't mean that's weak. That just means it's an experience. It's just shifting your words. But if you continue to tell yourself you're weak, then the universe will just say, okay, you're a weak, pathetic human. Because what the thinker thinks the prover proves. I'm not saying you're pathetic, because you're not. You're divine. But, weak, you're not weak. You have so much life within you, because life springs from you, but most people have shoot themselves in the foot before they get in the race. They take a 9mm and they aim it at their foot, and then they blast a hole in their foot before they even get into the race. All by the words that they say. Hello, Evie, good to see you. You missed Evie yesterday. What do I mean? Well, we ran into an Eevee in Walmart, like an actual plush Eevee. So you missed Eevee on yesterday. Well, you made it for the walk where I'm walking in reverse. I'm going in the opposite direction. I'm heading to the water instead of heading back. So, otherwise I would have gone to the water much later. Yeah, it's on the live stream yesterday. We went to Walmart. I had to go get some vitamin, and I saw an Eevee plush. Morning. So I was like, man, Eevee should have been here. She would have seen Eevee. well, we're all enlightened, technically speaking, and that word is also just a waste of time. We're just beings of divinity. And favorite anime has to always go to Dragon Ball. It may not be the greatest in story. It may not be the greatest in animation, but it's my greatest of all time. And then Naruto, then Bleach, then Yu-Gi-Oh! And then, funny enough, solo leveling being one of the newer animes takes it over some of my older animes, and then Gundam Seed. Those are my faves. Attack on Titan is there in the top 10. Trigon, Samurai Champloo, Inuyasha, when they finally finished it properly. Yeah. Which is funny because all of them are spiritual. I watched those animes not thinking anything was spiritual, but yet they were all talking about spiritual things. Like energy, chakra, spiritual pressure, using divine magic, celestial beings, like pretty crazy how the very thing that I grew up watching was the very thing that had the thing that we are living in today's day and age. Sure, we can't really turn Super Saiyan in like physical form yet, until someone actually does it. Maybe I'll be the one, and I'll scare all the humans. But the principles are the same. Like Full Metal Alchemist is using alchemy, and we're alchemists. We're all alchemists. We can transmute energy, and we can transform it into things, taking something that's like negative into a positive, like turning like coal into gold. So, just a random question. Why did you name yourself JoJo Mid Adventure then? Why don't you name yourself your favorite anime, like your username? Maybe you like the character? I don't know. 11:14. We're almost at the water. I'm gonna put you guys down and then see how long the battery's gonna last. I know the feeling. I've been there. I know what that feels like. But then when you allow your mind to just... The thing is, because I hated things where you have to think. I was the type of person, I hated psychological animes or animes where you have to fucking think. I wanted just brain dead content. Hey. For those of you, that's brain rot in today's day and age, but I call it brain dead because that's what I used to call it. We had the cooler words, my opinion. We're at the water. So let me put you guys down and get my shit plugged in. Who knows, we might see somebody show up shortly. I don't know. Intuitive hunch that someone might show up and speak to us. We'll see. Both either digital or physical. And plugged. Good, it's charging. So, now to continue our talk about being gotta face this way. Yeah, important lesson. Because we tend to block ourselves based on our words that we speak, the thoughts that we think, the feelings that we feel, and the actions that we take. Because the actions that we eventually take, right, will lead us to wherever we're wherever it's going to go, but sometimes it takes us in a direction that we were never meant to go. But paradoxically, we were had to go that way because it shows us that we were not meant to do that, so that we can go do the thing we're supposed to be doing. That's a bar, write it down. And so, it's so fascinating that I had no idea what I was going to talk about today. And my experience, and for those who are just jumping on, I was taking a shower after I did my workout, and I saw like the water in the tub was like, the fuck is going on? Like, why is it not going down? Last night, the water went down no problem, but nothing changed between last night and this morning. Like nothing, because I showered around 8 o'clock last night, and all was good. Water went down quickly. Nobody else used the shower but me. And this morning, same shit, nothing different. It was a 5-minute shower, and water was just like up to here. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So clearly the universe wanted me to talk about being blocked, because sometimes our physical experiences, we take it as truth, and then we get frustrated. And the thing is, I said this before, it's not about the thing that you're going through. It's about who you're going to be while you're going through the thing. That's a real bar. Please write that down, and I really do mean it. Your frequency, when all is good, you're like, everything's great, my frequency is cool. And for those of you who are unaware of the word frequency, I'll break it down right now, because people say that word, but they don't actually tell you what it actually is. So let me just get straight to it. A frequency is made of 7 to 9 keys. It's made of your beliefs, your expectations, your emotional charged thoughts, so thoughts that actually have emotions behind it, your perceptions, your expectations, and that's a big one. Expectation is bigger than you realize. Your reactions, or your response, and your focus / attention. Attention, not intention, but attention. Where you place your attention, it grows. And then, of course, there's your feeling and your words, which I added on because those are very important. Feeling what you're feeling and speaking the words that you speak. So the 9 keys of frequency. So when you're in a good state of being, your frequency is not being tested. You're like, life is great, all is wonderful. But the moment something comes at you, like this morning with my tub, I did get frustrated for a moment. I did vent. I did like, fuck this place. Like everything in this fucking house needs to be destroyed. It's so fucking old. I want this house to be destroyed. And I was like, whoa, like chill out, dude. But we snapped out of it because the mind wants to take the physical and get frustrated. And the thing is, like, you can stay stuck in the physical and get frustrated and keep adding on to it. But remember, it's not about the thing that's happening. It's about who you're going to be while it's happening. But here's the other thing too. Even if you slip up, that's okay. That's the good news. You get to shift again and not give any negative meaning to, like, oh man, I blew up. I got angry. My brother heard me say, fuck this place, fuck all, like everything in this house, right? I hate this house so much. He heard all that, but I'm not feeling guilty that I said that, because that's just would add more fuel to the negative spiral going downwards. And that could have led me not to live streaming, which then I wouldn't have had this conversation with you all, and I would probably just be like, ugh, and I would go throughout my entire day being angry and frustrated about something that's so minuscule that can be easily be taken care of, right? So there's a lot of different things that could have happened. It's just a ripple. You see, one little action can lead to a potential life-altering moment. So my point to say this is, you're not actually being blocked. You're not really even being tested, but your old frequency is going to throw you one of those fucking curveballs to see, are you going to handle that, or are you going to falter? And if you do falter, are you going to stay faltering? Because it's not really about getting mad or getting angry. It's about staying mad and staying angry for longer than you're supposed to. Let me see. Maybe it's a coincidence. Not everything has to be deep when I injured. Well, everything is deep. In my reality, that's how it works for me. But everything has a lesson. And everything can be deep, or in your universe, nothing can be deep at all. Or some can be. I take everything as a lesson because I see the value in it as a lesson. Then it's just, you know, but everything also as well just is. What is just is? Kind of like what you just said. Okay, I have pain. Okay. Just do the shoulder shrug, right? Do the hand thing. This is just is. So, again, it's not about what's happening in your physical. I have 3 different experiences right now that could have told me the universe is fucking with me. But the thing is, the universe isn't fucking with you because the universe is you, so you're really fucking with yourself. But essentially, the tire got popped. Shit happened there. My UPS started making this buzzing sound 2 days ago. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Never even heard of that. It's been sitting there for the last, 15 years? No problem whatsoever. Of course, you know, it's a battery. Shit will run out eventually. And then now the tub. 3 different experiences, 3 different scenarios, 3 different circumstances, 3 different opportunities to not get like staying mad or staying stuck or staying frustrated or staying angry, to unblock yourself and seeing how you would handle it. Because the thing is, it's how you respond to things now. Like you may have, like, let's say a person would say something negative to you, something very like mean and nasty. In the past, you would have been holding on to that thing for probably weeks. You probably like, fuck that person, fuck them, and blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, creating all kinds of, you know, unnecessary anger within yourself. And you're just basically holding the hot coal in your hand and burning yourself. There's that. But now, for you, you're like, you know what? Whatever, I don't care. They can say whatever the fuck they want. I read something last night which was beautiful. You cannot control somebody else's version of you in their mind. Ooh, that's a bar. Please write that down. You cannot control someone else's version of you inside of their mind. If they've made up their mind about you, that's it. Don't go and convince them otherwise. If people have made up their minds about anything that you've done in your life, let them. Evie, this kind of goes to towards our conversation the last time we chatted. If people in your life are making up, is that who I think it is? No, it's someone else. If people have made up their mind about you in their mind about you, congratulations to them. But that ain't you. Unless you've decided that their opinion of you is greater than your opinion of yourself. That's a real bar. Please write it down. Right? So, your opinion of you and you telling yourself that you're not blocked is going to get you 99% ahead of most people. You're not blocked and everything's working out for you. But if you tell yourself, I'm blocked, or nothing works out for me, or I'm a weak human, or I'm not the divine, or I'm this or that, and guess what happens? You're taking a 9mm pistol and shooting yourself in the foot. Because that's what we're doing with our words. We tend to do that towards either each other or ourselves. And remember, each one of us are our own universe, and we influence each other's universes as well. So I choose to influence all of your universes as positively as I possibly can. Sure, there are times where some negative shit shows up, and I have to put some of you guys in your place. Unfortunately, that's what I do. Because I'm not going to tolerate bullshit, but at the same time, like, I also see, like, I like to have a little bit of fun with some of them. You know what I'm saying? And so, you're actually not blocked. Even though the mind will say, but I can't visualize, I can't see things. Like, I used to tell myself, I can't see things. I can't visualize, I close my eyes, I can't see anything. Well, guess what? You're screaming with such emotional intensity that you can't see. What do you expect? What do you expect is going to happen, Orion? Hello? You can't see. You're telling yourself you can't see. So what's going to happen? You can't see. But guess what? someone externally had to remind me, hello, you can see. I'll prove to you right now. He had me do an exercise. He had me close my eyes. He's like, I don't care what your mind is saying. I want you to close your eyes right now. I'm like, okay, cool. My eyes are closed. I still can't see shit. I'm like, he told me to shut up in a very nice way. He told me to shut up. This was back in 2021. His name is Matt. He told me to shut up very politely. So I'm like, okay, cool. I had the, like that sigh of like, ugh, this is fucking a waste of time kind of sigh. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, whatever. Okay, my eyes are closed. All right, he told me then to take my eyeballs, like my pupils, and look to the top left. And I'm like, do you see something? I'm like, well, I mean, I see some sort of like light, but, I don't really see anything clearly. That right there is when he told me you can see. Because just because you can't see with your eyes clearly with your mind clear, it doesn't mean you can't see shit, okay? Some people say they have synesthesia. And yes, that could be a thing, and I told myself I had synesthesia for a long time. So guess what? What you tell yourself you have it. Unfortunately, what the thinker thinks the prover proves. Do you know so many people have called themselves ADHD in this lifetime? How the fuck did we go from no ADHD in the 1900s to now a bunch of humans with ADHD? Hello, it's called you're being on social media for too long and you're doom scrolling, and it's designed to keep you scrolling. If something is boring, then you're gonna scroll up until somebody captivates your attention. Then you tell yourself, I don't have the attention span. Bullshit. I'm not saying it's not real, but I'm also saying that a lot of people are starting to tell themselves a bunch of stupid shit and bringing themselves down more than they're supposed to be. Like, it's ridiculous. So you tell yourself these things, you block yourself, quite literally. It's okay. If you have ADHD, you have ADHD, but I'm gonna tell you right now, in my universe, that shit don't fucking exist. Zero. Not in my universe, it don't exist, okay? You all are able to concentrate. Because if you truly have ADHD, then you couldn't be here for more than 2 seconds. Because an ADHD person can't focus, right? Focus implies that they can't focus more than 1 second. So if you can focus for more than 1 second, technically you don't have ADHD. You have selective attention. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go. You have SA, selective attention. How about that? You don't have ADHD, you have selective attention. SA, you have SA. What's up, SA? That's what you got, SA. The letter S and A. But it sounds like SA. What's up, SA? What's up, Holmes? You good, Holmes? Anyways, selective attention. Because if it's not appealing to you, you're not going to pay attention. Look, there are a bunch of people right now on the internet that are talking about a whole bunch of nonsense that I don't even give a fuck about, and I will literally swipe up. Does that mean I have an attention problem? No, it's because I have selective attention, because that shit doesn't align. Or how about this? Selective aligned attention. SAA. How about that? So we're making shit up right now. Because, people make shit up all the time. So I guess we're making shit up too, right? SAA. Selective aligned attention. That's what we have. Hey, how are you? Good? Good stuff. You have selective aligned attention. Or selective misaligned attention. How about that? That's another one. There's something in my shoe. What the fuck is in my shoe? Like a piece of twig went in my shoe. Weird. So SAA. Y'all have SAA. You don't have ADHD, you have SAA. Now, of course, there's a sister that I know, her name is Diane. If I were to talk to her about ADHD, she will be so mad. She'll get so mad. Her identity is wrapped with ADHD. So the moment I say ADHD doesn't exist, it immediately attacks her identity center. Immediately. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying that, hey, we did not have this thing before the internet, technically speaking. Technically speaking. More people are less focused today because of how social media has ensnared and enslaved each of us to some extent through doom scrolling and through having attention. Because, like, imagine when you're on this live stream, I'm not doing anything flashy. I'm standing for an hour and a half, maybe walking around the rocks here and there just to kind of change the positioning of myself, right? Doing some hand movements, right? I'm not standing like this all the time and speaking like this to you all like a robot. I'm a robot. I only speak like this way. I'm only standing like this, like a board, like a stiff board. I'm moving around. I'm using my body language. Sometimes I put my hand behind my back. Looks like I might be lying about something because, that gives the perception that I might be lying. Because, it's human psychology. Oh, you're hiding something behind your back. That means you're lying. Here you go. My hands are in front of me. Anyways, my point to say this, y'all have SAA. Selective Aligned Attention. There is no ADHD. Watch, that becomes a term now. Bet. You watch. Bet. Anyways, whatever you tell yourself is what you expect. What you expect is what you're going to get. Remember, what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. I cannot emphasize that enough. So if you tell yourself, hello, I'm blocked, I can't get anything, the universe fucks me over, then what do you think is going to happen? The universe is actually you. Bang. You're just shooting yourself in the foot. Or you can be like shooting yourself in the heart. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Let's see. I have, not interested in the world's bullshit. Good stuff. There you go. I like that. You know what? That's yours. Claim it. Own it. Send that out you sent that out to the universe. I like that. Not interested in the world's bullshit. That's a good one. I like that. I have NII, not interested in the world's bullshit. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. So my point to say all this is to say, like, you're not blocked. How can you be blocked? Hey, you can't be blocked. Even when life is throwing you that damn curveball, take it as a W. In fact, this morning, when I was getting frustrated, I said, I fucking hate this house and everything needs to be destroyed. That was a W. You know why? Because I was able to get out of it. I could still be perpetually upset and be mad right now. I'd be like, I could be like, I could be doing that. I could be, but I'm not. I'm cool as a cucumber right now. Because right now I get to serve. There's nothing I can do about that until I get back to the house and figure out like the next plan strategy. And I got a twig in my bag for me to go and dig out whatever might be clogging up the pipe. And then I'll use some baking soda and some vinegar and pour it down the drain. Let that sit for 15 minutes and wash that shit out with some hot water. I'll take care of that. And we'll see what happens. And it'll be probably good as fucking new. I just got to get whatever needs to get out. I just have to get something that's thin enough to, like, I can dig out of it. Coat hanger definitely works. The twig works. Anyways, my point to say all is to say, like, even though this might be a potentially short stream at the water, because we're going to head back soon, you're not blocked. How can you be blocked? When everything's working out. Even the things you don't like, technically speaking, you're bringing the things you don't like into your existence. I know that's a heavy bar, but please write that down, because unfortunately, life is springing from you in every moment, no matter what's going on, both positive and negative, because you're the one that's bringing the negative. And yes, the other people in your life, they're their own creators, they're their own gods, they're their own universe. And yes, they can influence your universe, but only to the extent that you allow their universe to influence your universe. And that's a real bar, because you have the power too. They're not more powerful than you. You're just as powerful as them. In fact, they're just as powerful as you. We're both one and the same. We have the same conscious ability. No one was given more spiritual energy than others. I hate to break it to some of my spiritual people, but you ain't higher than other people on the planet, okay? Like all my star seeds out there that keep saying that they're better than regular humans, I hate to break it to you, but you ain't better. Hello? You are still one with the fucking universe. You doing that is still creating separation, still fucking hierarchy. We're not doing that here. That's why I have a little bit of an issue with spiritual people now. I used to be one of them, only until I got to see the light. I'm like, so that's what's going on. A little bit of spiritual egotism, a little pretentiousness there. You got the fucking infinity stones because you have access to all this wisdom. That's what happens to a lot of people, and they're unaware of it. Nothing wrong. You are a goddess. You are a god. You are a sentient being. You're a divine being. You really are. But you are not higher than someone else. I cannot emphasize that enough. You are not. And so if you tell yourself you're higher than someone else, then guess what happens? You actually inadvertently are telling the universe that, oh, so you're higher than someone else. That means that you think you're better than someone else, which then that means that you think you're better than me, which technically speaking, you can't be better than me because I am you. And you then block yourself inadvertently because you create a separation from someone else. Paradox. It's a fucking paradox. Literally. Spot on. Let me see. What do we got? Doc, this is Evie. Evie said, what the thinker thinks the prover proves until comes along, and now you got to deal with the cognitive dissonance. Yep. Everyone is one, and the universe all one. Exactly. If you create separation, you block yourself with some things because you're part of the all. You're no different from the sun and the moon. You're no different from the stars and the planets. You're no different from the black holes, the white holes, the aliens, the star seeds, the demons, the archangels, the demiurges, the archons, all the lower energetic vibrational things, like even dark matter, right? Like all of that is still all part of the all. Like it's just all, like all. All, like I can't explain all because like that word alone compresses everything into a word. But that's what we all are. All. Of course some will say, that's not true, you're lying. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Like, wherever you are, I used to say the same shit too. I've been there. And I would have said the same thing most are saying, like, you're lying. I would have said that 10 years ago. Because I'm like, why would I want to be one with that person? What the fuck is, like, why would I want to be one with that person? Fuck that. Well, here's the thing. They themselves also forgot. You forgot. You're creating separation. They're creating separation. And you hate them because they are doing some pretty stupid shit. And they hate you because, you know, they forgot who they are. And thus you create the separation. No wonder the world has programmed us all into thinking a bunch of bullshit. Because I said this before and I'll say it again. A mind that is distracted and doesn't know who it is a mind that is easily governable and controllable. Do you think the world wants you guys to be in control of yourself? Hell no. You all know that the world doesn't want you to be in control of yourself. They want to have control over you and give up your vital life force energy so that you play small and stuck and you start doing this again. And yes, that little kick means like, yeah, you're like defeated. Oh well, I guess I should go back to a JOB, or I guess I I should quit my dreams because I'm never meant to have my dreams, you know. Watch me fall in the water. I'm not gonna fall. And you start kicking, like, your goals and your dreams, even though they're not goals and dreams, they're your reality, your destiny. You start kicking your destiny and your reality out of the way, and you start to, like, yeah, you know, you start to do the shoulder shrugging, and then you start to lean forward like this, and you start to arch your back, and it's like, what's the point? Like, who cares? Like, why does it even matter? It does matter. Why else were you born? To what? Work? I mean, let me rephrase that. We did come here to work, but not work in the sense of being a slave. We came here to work to bring our purpose into existence. Why else were you born? Now, some people say some people are born to just be a mirror so that you don't act like them, so that you can go and live the life you're supposed to. Some chose that path, yes. But they too also have the ability to shift whenever they desire. They're no inferior either. Like my parents, they can be billionaires if they wanted to. They weren't my mirrors just for me to wake the fuck up. They are their own mirrors to wake themselves up too from this so-called dream. Or in some cases, some nightmares for some people. But they got to figure it out. They got to choose. Lamb, we're talking about blocking. Unblocking yourself by the words you say, the things you think, the actions you take, and the feelings you feel. That's what the convo is about. Welcome, by the way. Thank you for asking. Normally, a lot of new people, when they jump on the stream, they don't ask, like, what are we talking about? They usually just throw a little, like, troll comments. So thank you for asking. I don't look at the chat often when I'm at the water, but I will do my best to look at it since, you know, we got engagement going on. And I did see Evie leave something before you left something. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the thing I read earlier. And I think Anonymous just left something. Yes. Nobody cares when you're on the journey, but they'll ask when you won the prize. Yeah. Isn't it fascinating? And nobody cares about you when you're in the trenches, but they care about you when you got all of it. Like everything. And then they care about you. So the only person that can care about you through the journey is yourself. And you have to be your greatest cheerleader. Even when nobody's clapping for you, you got to clap for yourself. You got to unblock yourself. You got to cheer for yourself. You got to be your greatest supporter. Ain't nobody going to support you like yourself, because only you came here to do what you came here to do, and only you know what you need to do, and you have to be your greatest cheerleader. Like for me, like I got to keep doing what I'm doing. Sometimes you have to pivot. Sometimes life will make you pivot. But know that pivot is necessary. Like when I had to pivot in 2022. Because the universe is like, all right, you were supposed to quit your job, given your 2 weeks notice and not burn the bridge, so that you left on a good standing. But I'm going to have to do it this way. You're going to have to get fired because you're not taking action fast enough. I'm still going to leave you with a good rapport with your people, though, because when I got fired, it wasn't like you're fired, get the fuck out of here. They were like chatting with me and telling me, they can see the vision. They can see that I came here to do something, and they know that like they don't want to hold me back anymore. So they actually purposely let me go because they knew that I had something to do, which was pretty awesome of my previous employer. And then I had to go to New York, and I had to do what I needed to do in New York, and in Vegas, and then in Florida. I had to do all the stuff there I needed to do. Then to come back and then go to San Diego and do what I needed to do there. And then come back and do what I needed to do here, and then go back and did what I needed to do there. And then come back, and like now, this is like the final hurdle of the journey when it comes to Toronto. This is like the last little bit before reality really starts to catch up in the physical. Because, you know, when you have specificity, and that's the thing I've been talking about a lot, is the universe looks at what you embody now, shifting the identity. Because guess what, y'all? You might all think that things don't actually exist, but it already exists. It's already created. It's the infinite. Everything's already in existence. And if you still don't believe that, I guarantee you, if you had a thought about, maybe I'm supposed to be a dancer, guess what? There's a version of you who's a dancer. If there's a version of you who thought about being a commercial airline pilot, congratulations, that's already done too. This morning while I was in the kitchen after the little thing with the shower, you know what popped up in my head? I saw an airplane flying. You know, we see many airplanes fly over here, right? We've heard many airplanes on my stream, but today was a little bit different. So apparently, because I was on YouTube for earlier, I saw somebody. There was a report that somebody got sucked out of their seat into the window. I'm like, whoa, that's kind of weird. I've never heard of that before. But then all of a sudden, like, this vision came through that maybe I'm supposed to have the world's greatest airline company. And it's luxurious. It's not like going to be for cheap flights. It's going to be luxurious for the bougie people. So bougie people will be renting flying on that airline. It won't be called first class. It'll be called divine class. Where the hell did that come from? When the hell did I ever say that I was going to do that? Now, I want to share something with you all. I know they say never to tell your dreams to small-minded people and never to tell your dreams because that means you haven't solidified it, which is kind of true. But for me, like, once it's done, it's done. Like, I have conviction, it's done. So if that's what I'm also supposed to build and bring forth into the physical world, the thing is, like, they say don't talk about your stuff to other people. It's not because other people can derail it. It's because talking about it might potentially mean that you still don't believe that you have it. You walk as it is done within your inner world and know that it is done without having to speak about it. That's certainty. Reality likes certainty. That's a bar. Please write it down. So, like, staying silent is like certainty. So there are things that I'm not going to talk about because I've already locked the fuck in with it, and you'll see it happen in the physical. Bet. Not do I need to prove anything. Let's see. What do we got? Lambo or lamb. First Eevee and then lamb. I'm blocking, huh? Small topic. Yeah. Yeah, self-limitation is huge. Yes, I understand. I didn't understand those pivots are natural, just as summer turns to winter. In the end, they lead you to something even greater, like a catapult. It's like physics problems, really. Kinetics versus potential energy. Less obvious on how to turn one's personal potential energy into kinetic actualization, but still always possible. Indeed. That means you're in alignment, dude. I think you're a dude. If you're not a dude, then you're a chick. I don't know if you're a dude or a chick, but it doesn't really matter. Soul, you're a soul. You're just with a human body. But yeah, spot on. We just have to stop allowing the mind to tell us things and then we entertain it as the truth. Like, the mind's gonna say shit all the time. That's gonna happen. Even if you're the most positive person, there are gonna be times where the mind's gonna be like, Who do you think you are? You think you're gonna have that? Yeah, that's not for you. Who do you think you are, dude? Huh? Huh? That's what the mind's gonna do, but the mind isn't you. Again, it comes back to who are you? The you that has no name, the you that has no identity, the you that goes beyond any English or any language that can ever be spoken, any word that can ever be uttered out of your mouth. There's a you that you can't find within you, but that you exist. And even saying the word you isn't enough because it goes beyond the word you. That version is infinite. And infinite cannot be confined with words. And that's what words do. They confine the infinite. You go beyond words. And so, hello. You have the power in every present moment. As for those of you who are new to the channel, I say this every day. You have the power in every present moment. My favorite motto. You have the power in every present moment to unblock yourself by choosing differently. By shifting to a different identity of who you think you are. Evie, when we had our conversation, I think it was Saturday. No, it was Friday. It's either Friday or late Monday we had a conversation, you and I. It was sometime during the week. When we had that conversation, things opened up, I can tell. And you get to tell yourself who you are now, fully, like who you actually are. And who you are cannot be defined by anybody else. Hence why I said earlier, you cannot control someone else's version of you in their mind. Only you can control the version of you in your own mind. But most of us can't even do that because we're bounded and stuck to the belief that we think we are, of limited, we're not capable, we're just these meat suits only, that we're not the divine, that there's some dude in the sky that's been governing our entire life, our entire time, which is absolutely bullshit. It's complete bullshit. Because if it was true, then why is it that some not so good people or not so good minds within people are living their best life? That doesn't make any sense. And yet some who are doing the absolute most for the world are living their most terrible life. Because I'm going to say this, and I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again, and some of you have heard me say this before. Good people have bad frequency, and bad people have great frequency. What is great frequency? Confidence, conviction, knowing, and they embody it because they know. So what they know, what the thinker thinks, the prover proves, and they get what they desire. Nero calls people degenerates, which is, I'm not going to do that, but he mentions the word degenerates, but he says that there are people who are they are operating from you look at them on paper, they look like, I don't want to say it, right? Because I'm not here to insult anybody. That's not what I'm here to do. But they are there where they are. But they believe themselves to be whatever they choose for them to be, and they're getting all that they want. They're getting all the girls to sleep with if that's what they want. They're getting all the money. Why? Because the universe that's working through them and their own universe has said that this is who they are. There are people who have never read a fucking manifestation book and they are manifesting on autopilot because they just know how this shit works. And then there are people who've spent years, like myself, studying this thing, and only now it's starting to work for me. Well, it's always worked, but now I understand the game and the rules to the game, finally. So you can say that all those years it was to understand the rules of the game. But there have been many people who have been spending years and years and years of studying and taking courses and healing themselves and you know, taking all kinds of certification exams and all kinds of stuff, and they still haven't figured it out. So that doesn't make any sense. If it was a dude in the sky, why would the dude in the sky only pick some and not the others? That'd be stupid. There are people in the spiritual community that talk about the 144, the 144,000. That's not a group of people, that's an energy that resides with all of us. Now, of course, some will argue, that's not true, especially if it's a spiritual person. If they came here and they heard that, they'd be like, that's not true. It is 144,000 of us, and we're the chosen ones, and we're blah, 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 blah. Cool. You are chosen for sure, 100%, because you chose yourself. That's a bar. Please write it down. The chosen ones choose themselves. Nothing more, nothing else. It has nothing to do with 144,000 souls. Because I ran into that. I felt very, very enlightened and egotistical when I had the infinity stones in my gauntlet. I'm like, yeah, I'm part of the 144,000 bitches. The rest of you are not part of 144,000. That's what I had at one point, and I had to drop that shit. I literally had to take out the fucking gauntlet and drop it. I'm like, hello, you're equal to everybody. What are you doing, Orion? Everybody's equal to you. Hello. There is no fucking 144,000 blah, blah, blah. Are there people who came here to volunteer their souls to help humanity in certain ways? Absolutely. But are they better than anyone else? No, they are not. Are they blessed with higher spiritual pressure, as, you know, I'll use the Bleach terminology, higher spiritual energy? No, they are not. That's the dumbest thing ever. Why would they do that? Like, why would God even do that? That's stupid. Like, it makes no sense. So, like, it's ridiculous to even have these ideas of, like, higher and better. Like, yes, there are star seeds. I'm not denying star seeds. And yes, your energy is different, but it's not higher and it's not greater. It's different. That's all it is. Different doesn't mean better. It just means different. Just like there's water and then there's fucking lava. They're both liquid, right? One is hot. One can go hot or cold, but usually water by default is usually cold unless you turn the shit up. But generally it's usually cold. It's different though. Or another way of saying it, there is water and then there's steam and then there's ice. The water is the neutral, ice is the cold version, and steam is the hot version. Mental, physical. You can't really grab steam. You can touch it, but you can't really grab it. That's the mind. Water is the conduit, the spiritual, and then the physical is ice. My point to say all this to say is this, like, there is no higher and greater anything. Everyone is one. And if you tell yourself that, like, you are higher than someone else, then guess what you're actually doing? You're actually inadvertently telling a story that you're actually going to block yourself. You're actually going to subconsciously block yourself because you have to prove that you're higher. And Jeanette said it earlier. A wolf doesn't need to announce that he's a fucking wolf. So a spiritual person doesn't need to announce that they're a fucking spiritual person either. So theoretically, you block yourself to some extent. Because I used to do that. So I have to fucking take off my infinity, my gauntlets, and drop the fucking stones. And leave it where it was. What do we got? Yeah, it's sort of like a... Never heard of this one. It is quacky, to be honest. And then, of course, there's another thing called Group 7. Don't get me started with Group 7. Yeah, because, example, if an infinity field, then why would some have access to more power than anyone else within the same field? You're tossing yourself out of the room as a corollary. There is nothing to ascend to. We're good as we are. Yeah, fucking... Yeah, group 7 is just, I heard that oh my God, when I heard about group 7, I'm like, of course, right? I ran into it. This character ran into group 7. For those of you who are not sure what we're talking about, there's another thing that I've been seeing on the internet in the last year that people are talking about, something called group 7. And group 7 has a specific energy like similar to mine, where we're here to help humanity like ascend and evolve. And yes, that's great and all, but guess what? That is still another fucking spiritual game that is being played again. All to make it seem like you're more specialer than everyone else. Come on. Come on, what are we doing here? You're just blocking yourself again with putting yourself in a group. If you're going to put yourself in a group, you may as well put yourself in the group of God, which is the all. Put yourself in the group of all, because you're part of all. Everything's all. All is all. If you're going to confine yourself, you may as well confine yourself to the all. Why limit yourself to this tiny little thing called group 7 or 144? That doesn't make any sense. You may as well confine yourself to the all. That means you're infinite. Congratulations, you're part of it all. Doesn't make any sense. So most people block themselves by saying people block themselves by saying things that they sometimes don't know what the fuck they're saying. Quite literally. Just want to see if my phone is still charging, or yeah, still charging. All is all in the all in the all. It is BS, Lamb. It is fucking BS. It's some stupid shit. But now that you heard group 7, watch as some of you, if you never heard of group 7, watch this probably shows up on your feed today or sometime in the next week or two, and you start to run into group 7 stuff, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Group 7 people are so much more specialer and more this and more that. No, hello. Yes, some of us chose a path to help people. That's facts. Yes, I chose a path to do that. Yes. There are individuals like me who came here to do what I'm doing. Yes, but we're not a special elite group. No. As much as my other not predecessors, but my other people who are doing what I'm doing, maybe they're probably like, yeah, I'm this like love and light, and I'm this ascended master, and I'm like higher, and like you must listen to me, and I'm a guru, and like I have all this spiritual energy, and like I can whip up a fucking like tornado out of the water. I can do all kinds of shit. Congratulations for showing us what not to be like. I ran into someone on my other channel. She's not here anymore. I love her soul, but me and her mind, we clashed, we butted heads a lot. There's another person who's similar to that on this channel, but I'm not really getting into it with that person. I'm just leaving them be. Because we're not having the same fucking song and dance. I learned my lesson. I tend to learn my lesson the first time. I don't need the lesson the second time. But anyway, I butted head with this person, and this person was like mentioning like they were like super like divine and higher up and like, you know, part of like the 14th dimension, and they're the only one that is capable of doing this thing and that thing, and they're the ones that created this thing and that thing. And I'm like, cool, I created a lot of things too as well. But I'm not playing fucking spiritual vanity, because this is what this is. It's fucking vanity, y'all. It is literally fucking vanity. Spirituality without the ability to control your reality is nothing more than fucking vanity. What is the point if you can't even control your own fucking reality? And you're like, I'm this ascended master, yet you can't even fucking pay your bills. You can't even you know, conjure up exactly what you need in that moment. It's bullshit. So when people are talking about different groups and this and that, and I'm a star seed and old soul, don't get me fucking started with the word old soul. Let me actually break down old soul for you all quickly. There is no such thing as old soul, because that would imply that some souls are older than other souls. But I want to break something down to you. Every soul was created at the same moment of inception. Some souls have more experience, yes, than other souls, yes. So when they say old soul, it's not old soul, it's experienced soul. Because that implies that someone else is not an old soul, they're a young soul. That's stupid. Hello, all souls were made at the same time, same moment. Since time doesn't exist, all souls are made at the same moment. Just, our mind can't fathom that, but yes, there is no such thing as old soul. So when anybody that says old soul, I'm not here to correct, but I'm here to kind of like, it's not really old soul, it's experienced soul. You have more experience. You've had maybe more lifetimes than others. Yes, that has happened, but that doesn't mean that you're better than someone who's only lived one lifetime. Again, they get blocked by saying shit. Joshua, what's up, dude? Good to see you. I feel like the reason these things happen is so we'll have a good joke to look back on, so we can up our frequencies with laughter. Yeah, probably. Oh, there we go. An anonymous dropped that one. Don't even get me fucking started with the Myers-Briggs bullshit. I'm gonna start with that one in a moment. Everyone has the ability to reach the same conclusions and find paths on certain knowledge. No one has monopoly on spiritual awakening. Spot on, Lamb. I've only ever heard old soul used in wow, you're more mature than others your age I've met, which never sat right. Exactly. So, couple things, and yes, Lamb, spot on with that. You're so much more wiser. You're so wise for your age. No, it's not that they're more wiser. Everybody has the same potential. We all have the same wisdom within. I keep saying this time and time again. And Lamb, I really like your energy because you're aligned with us. And there is no us because it's all one thing. But currently, right now, there is like groups, right? Because people keep creating fucking groups. There is no monopoly on wisdom. We all have it within. That's why I always lead to the answers always within you. Everything that I am aware of, you already all have too. Because the moment I say it, you now have it in your mind. Because your soul already has it. So your soul wanted my soul, even though it's the same soul, to say it to your mind so that your mind now has it. That's all it is. So now you have the same information that I have. That's how it works. That's what people call learning. But I don't use the word learning. You're not here to learn anything. You're here to remember who you are. And more of what you are. That's a real bar. Please write that down. Now, to Anonymous and the Myers-Briggs stuff. The whole INFJ and the ENFP and all this shit. You know, I've done that test 5 times. And 5 times, 5 different results showed up. One time I was ENFJ. The other time was INFP. One time it was INFJ, and the other time was ENFT. I don't remember what T was. I don't remember what the letters mean, but it doesn't really matter. My point to say is, when you're doing the test, think about it for a moment. What frequency are you on while you're doing the test? Or not the test, the assessment. What frequency are you embodying as you're doing that assessment? Some days you're going to feel more introverted. Some days you're going to be more extroverted. Some days you'll feel like a balance of both. So when people say, I am INFTP or ENFJ, get the fuck out of here. And and I'm about to go on another tangent now about zodiac signs. Oh, I am Leo. I am Aries. Look, these things can help. I'm not saying they're not helpful. They're like tools that you use until you no longer need the fucking tools, like training wheels for your bike. When you know who you are as the infinite within, you don't need no fucking training wheels. You drop your fucking training wheels and you're gone. You leave it as is. You'll use it for someone else if you need to, but you don't rely on it, or you don't depend on these tools any longer. But you can use them when you choose to. Anyways, the zodiac signs are another trap and another block. Because look, I've heard this time and time again that I can only date fire type Pokemon. Or I can only date fire type or a ground type Pokemon. And yes, I'm referring to humans as Pokemon now. Because apparently we are Pokemon. Yeah, guess what, Eevee? Because you have Eevee as a Pokemon, we're all Pokemon. I'm technically a fire type Pokemon. I would rather be psychic Pokemon or thunder Pokemon, but hey, or electric Pokemon, but I'm technically designated as fire type Pokemon. And so there have been many people who have told me, yeah, I can't date fire type Pokemon. I gotta date. They don't say Pokemon, obviously. I'm basically being facetious there. I gotta date a fire type or a ground type Pokemon. I can't date no fire type Pokemon because they're a water type Pokemon. What? Because fire and water don't mix? What? It's not even about that. It's about how you two know yourself fully internally and how you navigate the world internally. If you know who you are, you can master any fucking relationship. It doesn't matter if you're fucking fire type Pokemon or ground type Pokemon or air type Pokemon or water type Pokemon. Crazy, isn't it? Oh, and don't get me started with the numerology stuff now, y'all. Who here knows about numerology? Oh, I am life path 1. Oh, I am master number 11. By the way, when you look at my original birthday, April 2nd, 1985, apparently I'm master number 11. Which then put me into spiritual egotism. Because, yeah, I'm so much better. Master number 11, the master healer. And then the master teacher is, or the master builder is number 22. And then the master teacher is number 33. Guess what? You're all fucking numbers. I don't care what birthday you have. You're all the numbers. You're from 1 to 33. And guess what? That shit doesn't even matter. It's all made up anyways. It's all fucking made up. Oh, you're life path 11? Oh, interesting. Mr. Worm. I don't even know who you are. I've seen you before, though. You're talking some random shit right now. Thank you, by the way. Alright. Honestly, a personality type based on Pokemon type would go hard. Fire and water. And I have a nice warm bath. Myers-Briggs is so fun though. Same level of BuzzFeed quizzes and same in both seriousness and bored on a Tuesday vibe. Yep. Yeah. Anyways, I do take issues with a lot of these things when people take them too seriously. But also hard to find true harm in people finding tools to think outside of their day-to-day. The thing is, the tools are meant to be used, not to become your false gods. That's a real bar, write it down, because that's what people tend to do. They take the fucking tools and then they make it their gods. And then they have, if the tool says you got to do this, then you must be this thing. You can't date no fire type Pokemon. You must date a ground type Pokemon, because guess what? Ground type Pokemon are more compatible with your element. So then they follow some like bullshit. Again, it's a tool, but they make it into a false god, and they can't think for themselves. Do you know there are people who are going to be in different elemental states that will be even more compatible than someone who you think is even more compatible than you, like you think is more compatible, get the fuck out of here. There are so many people who are there's a saying, opposites do attract. Like, it's ridiculous, because that's this is what's going on in the dating scene, just so you all know. And don't worry, I'll be making a relationship live stream. That day when you guys see the word relationship, you best know I'm gonna drop fire on that day. Hello. I'm gonna drop fucking fire on that day. Quite literally. But to give you a little bit of a prelude, this is what's happening on the dating scenes. I do have one dating profile, and it's on Facebook. But I don't have it to meet girls. I don't care. I made it to see what people are actually saying. And I made it to see what guys are saying and girls are saying, and see what the profiles are looking like. And most people are very fucking generic. Now, of course, on Facebook, you only get 500 characters to do your best. But I mean, most people are like, dating with intention, don't waste my time. Okay, what the fuck does dating with intention mean? Let's get specific. What is your intentions? And you say, don't waste your time. Well, if you're putting that in your, here's the thing. Whatever you put in your profile, that's what you're going to attract. You're going to attract somebody who's going to waste your time. So if you keep putting out that intention that don't waste my time, or playing games, and guess what? You're literally going to keep magnetizing people who are going to keep playing games and wasting your time. Sure, you're going to run to somebody who's going to align and say, yeah, I'm not here to play games, but then they still play fucking games. Again, it's what you tell yourself is what you're going to get. And then you block yourself unknowingly, without you knowing why you blocked yourself. Just by the words and the thoughts you think. I can't emphasize this a lot. I can't. Like, this goes so much more deep and powerful than we can ever realize. This right here. Much less this thing right here. Oof. Because you speak it into form. It already exists, but you're bringing it into your form. When you say, yeah, I don't want to play no games. I want a woman with no games, or I want no guy with no games. Hello, you're still focusing on the thing you don't want. How about you do this? I'm looking for a guy, but here's the thing, you're not looking, because looking implies that you're lacking something, so you're not really looking. I am full, whole, and complete, and it would be awesome to run into someone who's in alignment where I am in my life. I am happy, thriving, I am free, and I love living life. Something like that. See, like, that's a profile. Like, that's something I would click to. But when someone's like, yeah, I'm not here to waste time, or don't waste my time, or blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what you're doing? You're basically telling me that you're all about the games, because you're focusing on what you don't want, and you're going to get what you don't want. Paradoxical, because the mind doesn't understand paradoxes. Circumcision. I don't really have a perspective on that, to be honest. I don't really have a perspective on that. Can be good for some. Some people don't think it's good. I don't really have one for myself personally. You know what? Most of the time, the people who went out of their way to tell me who they are and what their intentions are ended up doing and being the opposite. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, you know, you can talk a big game, right? You can talk a big game, but then when the time comes, will you actually walk the walk and talk and do what you said you're going to do? I'm an action taker, so when I say something, I actually do it. That's what I do. That's how I roll. I do pivot, but I still take the action. When I like a girl, I'll tell her straight up, I like you. I'm not going to hesitate. I've told plenty of girls I like them. Now, did I get rejected? Of course I did. I'm like, whatever. I know who I am. I'm just getting out of my system. I like you. Now it's out of my system. Now you know. I'm not expecting anything from you. My expectation isn't saying either I'm going to have you or not. I'm good with or without you. If you want to be with me, cool. If you don't want to be with me, also cool. I'm good either way. But like, I'm a dude who doesn't waste time. Like, I don't fucking waste time. When I lock the fuck in with a woman, that's it. It's a wrap. It's done. I've already told this to someone recently. She knows who she is. She's been on the live stream. I've told her. And I actually do know her personally. I told her, like, look, I know you're good with or without a person. I'm good without a person. I think we could build something great. She does live in a different country presently, so it's a little bit harder when you don't have the physical aspect. Because I also have to be like, will I actually click with this person in the physical? We'll see. But, you know, I'm good either way. But the point is, what I'm saying is, like, I will literally move heaven on earth for that person. I'll literally summon the fucking infinity stones onto the planet. Hello. That's what I do. Anyways, my point to say is, like, whenever I say something, I do my best to not block myself. I'm not taking a 9mm and like, oh, I can't move now. I'm stuck. I blew a hole into my foot. Because that's what a lot of people tend to do in this world. Because they don't know what they're actually fucking saying with their words. They're unconscious. And that's why, like, the main mission for me on this planet is to bring awareness to your fucking words. What you're saying and how you're saying it and the context, and knowing that other people may not perceive your words exactly the way you are saying it. I know that some of the words that I'm saying, some of you guys are not perceiving it exactly the way I'm actually sharing it with you. Because you're perceiving it based on your experience and your frequency. Some of it's going to be fucking Chinese to some of you. It'll be... That's not Chinese, but that's what it's going to sound like to you. That's what it's going to sound like. To the rest of you, it's going to sound exactly the way I'm saying it. Because you're in vibrational resonance. It's important to know the power of your words. Because you can block yourself with your own words. I would never go that far for my partner. What if they just are another snake? Well, then that's your belief, bro. Because you've already have that belief. You're like 98% of the rest of the humans on the planet have that belief, having this doubt and this mistrust for humans. If you do that, what the thinker thinks the prover proves. So unfortunately, your confirmation bias will be accurate. So then you'll never give your full heart to somebody. Then you're fucked. Quite literally. I came here to show people how it's done. Because I've done the same shit too. I used to say the same shit. I'm not going to give anybody my full heart. I'm not going to give them heaven on earth. I'm not going to do that. That's what I used to tell myself. And I would hold back. And what you hold back, you will not get. Because what you expect is what you're going to get. Because you said, what if? So that means what if implies that there is a potential doubt. That means that somewhere deep down inside, you have a belief that someone might potentially hurt you. And yes, shit can happen. But when you're in alignment with who you are, you're going to magnetize a person who's also going to be in alignment with you. Because you're not going to attract bullshit into your life. You're going to attract amazing things into your life. In my life, that's why my partner hasn't arrived in the physical yet. She exists internally, but she doesn't exist in the physical yet. And the key word is yet, because that keeps things open. And the reason for that is because I have done so much deep inner work within myself, not to brag, and I know exactly what I'm looking for in a partner. And if they do not check those boxes off and they don't know who the fuck they are, stay away from me. Quite literally. Stay away from me. I don't want anything to do with you. I'll just be a friend. You go do you over there. So like for me, like you're basically fucking Magneto. You're basically drawing shit to you. So whatever you believe is true, you will magnetize someone who's going to do to prove your confirmations as true. My last relationship, I didn't know myself as confident. So guess what? My ex would mirror back my unconfident version of myself and prove my confirmations as true. I'm not a confident person, which was not true at all. It was a lie. That was because the mind told me a stupid story that I've been holding on for ages upon ages. And then, of course, I took a 9mm and shot myself in the foot. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So what you think is true, that's what you're going to get. Because what you expect is what you're going to get. Because the what-if statements are usually framed in a very negative way. Most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time, what if? What if this happens? Or what if, how about this? For you, Jojo, what if that partner moves heaven on earth for you? What if they show you the truest version of what it could be to be a divine feminine, a divine woman? What if they show you the absolute love that you deserve? Why not put that out? Because you give yourself so much power to think the thought of what if negative, so why don't you give that same power to what if positive? What, because the world has told you that is negative, because you're seeing the world all negative? Hello, you are the fucking world, and you get to decide in every present moment what world you choose to live in. You can either think like everybody else and live everybody else's experiences, or you can live your own experience and have your own experience. That's why a lot of people have confirmation fucking bias, because they take other people's confirmations as truth and they embody their truth when you basically are taking on their stray bullet that was never meant for you, and then you embody their bullet. That's a bar, please write it down. That was a real fucking bar, y'all. That's why I don't live anybody else's experience. I live my experience. And it may not make sense to 98% of the world, but I live my experience because that's how I roll. Me and Jesse ran Team Rocket now. Pikachu left that loser, Ash, and works with us now. Both in spiritual and cognitive psychological sense, using words that shut down an idea tends to limit your actions that follow. I can't ride a bike versus I haven't learned to ride a bike, or I haven't yet learned to ride a bike, exactly. Because yet keeps things open. Because the moment you shoot yourself in the foot by saying, all women are like terrible, or my partner, my next partner is going to cheat on me, or I have this fear that like I'm going to get in a relationship and I'm going to get hurt. Well, what you tell yourself, you're expecting something to happen. So thus, the person who might show up will definitely confirm your confirmation bias to be true. They will hurt you. If you're expecting the next partner to potentially betray you or hurt you, you will run into somebody who's going to betray you or hurt you because you put that out there. That's how it works, because what the thinker thinks, the prover proves, and thus you're going to bring forth whatever you think is true, and thus you block yourself from infinite flow that you're supposed to have. That's why I always say to use words that actually are empowering and helps you, not disempower you and destroys you. You know? Because like, what is the point of saying, but it's not working out for me? It never works out for me. I used to say all that shit all the time myself, because I didn't understand the rules to the game back then. Now I understand the rules, so now I'm playing the game differently because I'm having to unlearn a bunch of garbage that was installed into my operating system. And all of you are technically uninstalling that same crappy software that has been installed into our operating system. Not to get too technical here. For those of you, my former role was an IT security analyst. So I used to be into IT. Now I don't give a fuck about that shit, but I still use technical terms at times to explain concepts, metaphors. Anyways, we all have an operating system that was pure and divine, but then it got bogged down with humanistic garbage. Like, you're meant to play small, and you're only meant to have this, and you can't have all of that. Who do you think you are? You got to be very humble. There's nothing wrong with being humble. There is nothing wrong with being humble, but there's something wrong with being too fucking humble. You have to have humility, yes, for sure, but know when to use your power. Sometimes you have to be a little arrogant. Otherwise, the universe is just going to keep giving you mediocre experiences, and thus you will keep having mediocre You'll just keep having mediocrity in your life. You didn't come here to be mediocre. You came here to have extraordinary experiences, if you choose to, of course. You're all a divine being. I'm now starting to have that experience, little by little. I have it within myself, and the outside world is just playing catch up with me. The problem is the mind thinks it needs to be instant in the physical. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints of this planet and the density of this planet, things take a little bit of human time for it to materialize in the physical. In the astral or mental, whatever you want to call it, it's already finished. It's finito. It's done. It's been created. It's going to get as real as going to get right in here. It already exists. When I point here, yes, I'm pointing to the heart, but I'm not pointing to the organ. I'm pointing to the energy within the organ, the soul. The soul is technically everywhere, but like it starts here because this was the first organ that's put into your body before your brain. For those of you who didn't know that, this is the first organ put in your body, in your little vessel, before this was put into your vessel. This is formed first, then this. Anyways, where was I going with this? Life springs from you within. So when you start to look within, everything will start to show up without. Because when I started to look within and I started to say, people are actually amazing. And I actually wasn't bullshitting myself. I was saying people are actually amazing. They just forgot who they are. Just simply remembering who they are. And I started telling myself that story. Now I start to see a lot of people who are starting to remember. You guys see it on my live stream for those who've been here. You've seen how many people I've connected with in the last little bit. This was it 2 days ago. Niger showed up. I'm like, what's up, dude? Hey, how are you? Good? You guys a little late today. A little late today. Have a good day. Like the couple over there. So like my point to say all this is to say like in my inner universe I see harmony, peace, and prosperity and abundance. I don't see lack, fear, doubt, and worry. Sure, the mind sometimes wants to still create that garbage because because it wants to still feel like it needs to be hard, or here's the real thing, y'all. Most of humanity has a struggle complex. You may not think that. You're like, why would I want to struggle? I've talked about this so many times. The reason why you want to struggle is because everybody else around you is struggling. Because if you are different from everybody else, then that means you're no longer accepted by the people around you because they see you differently. And that different feeling will feel like change, or it'll feel like exile. And exile felt like death back in the day. Because that shit is still hardwired into our biology. That's why so many people end up basically self-sabotaging and staying small and stuck so that they can have the approval and the acceptance of other people. It always comes back to approval and acceptance. That's why give yourself the fucking permission to live whatever experience you want to live right now, because you can do that. Exactly, spot on, Lamb. I said this morning after my little escapade with the shower, I'm like, all right, I know right now you're attempting to drag me back to my old frequency and get me mad and frustrated, but bring me the people today who I need to speak to, exactly who needs to hear what I need to say and who needs to hear what they need to hear today. Sure enough, here you are, Lamb, and Jojo is here. You two are the two who stuck around to listen out of the new people. Everyone else has technically been here. Anonymous, Evie, Joshua, they've already been here. So they already know what's going on. They're not new. I've been unprogramming a lot of old, outdated software. It's been quite a job indeed. A fear can be a message. A fear can be massaged out like a muscle. It's true. Just a tidbit saying, I have this fear that the next person will hurt me. I feel it's actually healthier than saying my next partner will hurt me, as as you acknowledge the fear without solidifying it. It's true. It's a good way of saying that. Exactly. It's true. That's a nuanced way of basically saying it. Exactly. It's all about framing your words, right? And yes, it's okay if you have that fear, like if your next partner is going to hurt you. It's okay, at least you're acknowledging that you have that fear. Instead of like gaslighting your own self and telling yourself, yeah, my next partner is going to definitely hurt me, you know? Yeah, my next partner is definitely going to hurt me. I know that I'm going to be hurt in my next relationship, right? Like saying something like that, that's literally... That's literally what people do, though. Is that who I think it is? It is him. Excuse me, dude. Mr. T-Bray, excuse me. Is that watch the movie Interstellar for me? Or is that for someone else in the chat? Because hey, what's up? If you say to watch that movie is for me, I'm gonna be real, bro. Thank you. I'm gonna be real with you, T-Bray. I watched that movie 50 fucking times and I love that movie. In fact, the reason why I love that movie is because it has half of my name in it. Stellar. Interstellar. It's space. Anything space I like. Yeah, I've watched that movie countless of times. It's a good movie. I'm waiting for Interstellar 2. I don't know what the fuck they're waiting for. We need a fucking sequel of that movie. It's been 11, 12 years since they made the movie. Anyways, jokes aside, yeah, very good movie. I like that movie a lot. Lots of lessons in that movie about time. How time is both relative and not. It's illogical and logical. I knew in the beginning when I saw like why the books fell off the shelf, I'm like, yeah, I have a feeling he's the one that's actually moving the books from the shelf. But I didn't know why I knew that. I just had this feeling that I knew he was the one that was the one pushing the books off the shelf. And he was the one that was like creating the little line shit with the sand, with the dust storm. Yep. Good movie. I like that movie. Anything with stellar in it belongs to me. Okay? I'm going to copyright that word. I'm going to trademark that word, and every person that uses the word stellar has to pay me. Same with Orion. I'm going to go find every friggin' Orion in this world, and I'm going to absorb them into my body. I'm kidding. I'm not doing all that. But I'm going to make them pay me royalty for using my name. Anyways, no more jokes. You know what we tell ourselves literally is what we're going to expect. And so, you know, this morning I could have just been like, fucking shower thing. Could have just been like, but I chose not to. I let the mind say, you know what? Like, vent. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with venting. It's okay to get mad and frustrated that the drain needs to be unclogged a little bit. It's okay. You'll sort it out. It's not the end of the world. Sometimes we take something that's so minuscule and we blow it out of proportion. We all have done that to some extent. We're all guilty of it. But don't feel bad about doing what you've done in the past, because that's what the old frequency wants you to do, is to feel bad about feeling bad. About feeling bad about feeling bad. But there's nothing to feel bad about, because guess what? You're living in this moment. You have the power in every present moment to shift your thinking by unblocking yourself from all of the things that the old frequency is thinking to block you in, and that's a real bar. The old frequency is not always going to be your friend. It's going to do its job to derail you whenever it wants to. The thing is, you don't have to subscribe to the old frequency. The old frequency will send you bullshit into your experience to stop you, though, and it'll be used a person, a situation, opportunity, or an event to make sure that you stay where you are. But guess what? When you get that, and yesterday somebody showed up and they're like, I'm always doubting. I'm like, hello? Celebrate your doubt, because when you're doubting, that means you're changing. Because if you weren't changing, then doubt wouldn't show up. Tell me, if you're never changing, would doubt show up? If something new is coming into your life, of course the doubt's going to show up, and that means change is about to unfold. But if you keep feeding into doubt and you keep feeling guilty or whatever about doubt, then guess what? You will then eventually block yourself from the experience. Celebrate the doubt. Hello, congratulations, I'm doubting. Ooh, the mind is doubting, let's go. That means it's time for something bigger and more expansive to happen. Celebrate it. Acknowledge the doubt. We're not bypassing the feeling here. You're going to feel the feeling, but celebrate it by changing the meaning. It's okay. The mind will create a negative meaning to doubt, but guess what? You can change it to a positive meaning. It's all about word associations and shifting the meanings. What time is it? I have a call at 3 p.m., so I got to get rolling. Exactly. Yep, that cognitive dissonance pushes through. It sure does. Yeah, the old always wants comfort. But you know the funny thing, I talked about this a couple days ago, that the comfort zone will always be challenged and shifted. Because eventually when you get out of your current comfort zone, you'll enter a new comfort zone that now was once known as a very scary, unexpected, or uncertain space, but you've transcended and now it's comfort. It's like when you go to a job you never done before, and now you work there for like 5 years and now you've done the job. But when you first started the job, you were uncertain, but now that became your comfort zone. So it's the same thing in again and again. It's just you got to repeat it. So like, let's say you're speaking on stage and you're only speaking to 10 people. Cool. Now you're speaking to 100 people, but the same 10 people in the beginning was scary, but now you can speak to 10 people, no problem. And now you're speaking to 100 people. Oh my God, but now you speak to 100 people. Oh, that's easy. Now you go up the rungs of the ladder. Your comfort zone will always be expanding and shifting unless you've decided that that's where you're going to stay for the rest of your life. Only speaking to 10 people, only speaking to or only doing whatever it is that you're doing. Because what was once scary is now easy. Like I remember when I started driving, I'm going to start rolling back to the house now. I'm in the process of also looking for a twig. I already have 2 in my bag. I have this twig. I have to see, I don't have like a pipe cleaner or some shit, so I'm going to be using this twig to see what I can do with that drain. I'm just seeing what other twig I can take with me. But essentially, like, I remember when I first started driving the car, I was scared shitless. I was fucking scared max. I was like, I'm going to face the water for a moment. And I was like, man, like, I don't know if I can drive this car. Like, man, I don't even know. Like, I don't even fucking think I'm meant to drive a car. I was so scared to drive a car. And this was in my late 20s into my 30s, just so you know. But guess what happened? Now, I love driving. In fact, I don't sometimes use the steering wheel to drive the car when I'm driving in a straight line. I know I shouldn't be doing that. That's dangerous, Orion. You're putting people in danger. I know, relax, calm down, chill out. But, you know, that's how comfortable I am to drive the car. Right? So anything will always, we're always stretching our comfort zone until we've decided, well, that's it. I can't do it anymore because we've decided to say that this is as far as we can get to. And then we block ourselves. All right, water. Thank you for your time at the water. Help someone today with their intentions and get them clear. And make sure you bring them whatever reflection they need in this moment. I send the intentions. Let's go. Let's roll back. Bye, water. I'll see you tomorrow. Oi. Oh yeah. Let's go. And on we go back to the house. Hopefully the phone doesn't overheat. I'm not expecting that, but we'll see what happens. I can drive stick now, but am I a professional driver with stick? No, not yet. I know the mechanism, and I know to get it into second, third, and all that. I can drive on the road because I've done it. But am I like double shift, or what is it, double clutching or whatever? Or what is the thing? Double shifting, granny shifting? Hello? I forget what it's called. Heel toe? Can I do heel toe and all that? No, not yet. Because I don't have the manual car yet. But of course, when I get the MK4 Supra, you best believe I'll be in that car almost daily, just like practicing until I get the footing and the timing and the feelings like in like my body. I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, the water last year helped me a lot. It helped me to get clear with a lot of things. So I always send the intention to the water so that someone else who gets there might get the help that they are looking for while I left. So I always leave that intention because the water helped me last year, so I know it can help someone else. There's houses over there, by the way. It's just you can't see them. But there's a neighborhood over there. Somebody's like drilling something or cutting something down. Yeah, that's my car, by the way. I'm calling in my Supra. But I decided to up it a notch a little bit. It's not expensive. Expensive is perspective, of course. Now, would I go spend like $8 million on a Supra? Well, no. Or maybe I would. If I really, really, really desire that, then yes. But that would be ridiculous. I can use that money more effectively than to buy just a car for that. But I have an idea I won't be speaking that one just yet, but I've upped my ask to the universe. Actually, not an ask, I declared it. I upped my declaration for my Supra. I don't just want the Supra that I've said. I want the one. I want that one, and I'm going to have it. And that person who currently has it, they're going to sell it to me because they've already sold it to me in my inner world. And I bought it from them. And now I'm the owner of it. I definitely could rent one for sure. I can go on Turo. Someone has to have one on Turo. And practice. Or just get not a beat up car, but like just rent a manual car and just like sit around in it and just like drive around and practice. Let me see. The meaning more than that I damaged my first stick shift so much testing and it was a beater. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I will good point. That's why I'm gonna test. I'm gonna, practice prior to getting the car. I'll just rent like a manual car somewhere and just like practice, or because the people that I currently know in the physical here in Toronto do not have any manual cars that I know. There was one person that I do know that has a manual car, but him and I have parted ways. It's not that there's any like problems with us. It's just that we're not aligned anymore. So I don't really have anything to say. Nor does he. So he's the only person that I know that has a manual car. But I'm sure I'll run into someone who I can create in my experience that, hey, I see that you need to practice. Here, you can sit in my car and practice. In this, Canada does have bears, but not here, not physically where I'm at. If you're more up north of Ontario, the province that this is, yeah, there's bears. There are bears in more of the west of Canada, like in Alberta and Saskatchewan. I don't know if there's any in BC, in British Columbia. I'm sure there is. I know they're definitely obviously up in the north, like way north, but they would be polar bears. I don't think brown bears and black bears would be up that direction, but could be. Oh, Lamb, you're in BC, huh? Interesting. How interesting. It's funny I said BC and you mentioned BC. Cool beans. Well, I'll be living in the West Coast at some point. Just not West Coast Canada, West Coast United States in California. San Diego, California. Funny enough, they have on their flag a bear. On the Californian flag, they have a brown bear. Plastered. Might run into Winnie the Pooh. Maybe. You'll go, Evie. If you have that desire, it'll unfold and you'll travel to California and see it for yourself. Whatever part you want to see. I had the burning desire and I did it 4 times. For me, there has everything that I ever require. Mountains, check. Ocean, check. Beaches, check. Girls, check. Food, check. What else do I need? Practice love and authenticity, people. Notice how there's just this one spot with just like one positive thing and everything else is just all negative. Well, negative is subjective, but you know, all negative. That's how the world works. For one positive person, there's like 10,000 negative people. Pretty stark contrast. Or maybe for every one positive person, there's like 1,000 negative people. Unless you're in an area where everyone's kind of operating in the same like paradigm. There's a human coming. Sometimes I wonder, like when I'm walking by other humans, do they know who they are? Like what are they thinking? What are they feeling inside? What are the thought processes going on in their head? Do they know thyself? Good afternoon. There should be more. We'll see more in a moment. There was a lot while I was at the water. It's just you couldn't see them because they are up on the trail while I was at the bottom where the water was. You'll see them though. That's just one. It's also pretty hot now, so some are probably taking refuge in the shade. I trust my phone is going to be okay. If my stream starts to spin and just like go in like a loop, then my phone overheated. So I'm just giving you guys heads up in advance. Not to say I'm going to get the phone overheated, but sometimes the phone just does that. I trust that this should be enough to do what I need to do. But if there's another twig or something that's potentially more sturdy, I'll deal with that. Yeah, the air is clean again. Last Friday and Thursday was a little rough. I handled it though, like, because I've taken care of my body enough to be able to handle that type of like stuff. I also told my mind, like, you're okay. You're not dying. You'll be all right. We stayed outside. But the air is clean again. It's back to normal. It was just fascinating. It was last Thursday when the sky was completely smog, and I'm like, whoa. Well, it definitely made the day more cooler for sure, because the sun was being covered by it. It's just fascinating how we're all like interconnected with that. Oh, there was a fire last week in northern Ontario. It was burning, and it spread to the west as well, because it spread to the United States, like the eastern part of the United States. It spread over here, and it's so fascinating how, even though it was like well, way in the distance, it wasn't physically like where I'm at. It was like maybe a 3 or 4 hour drive away from here. It still showed up here. So it's just fascinating how, that was just an example how we're all interconnected. Oh yeah, it spread very far. Speaking of, have a good day. Speaking of Vancouver, there is a person that I don't know her personally, but I've spoken to her a couple times. She's a YouTuber as well. Her name is Trina Dawn. She lives there. She talks about similar things that I do. She talks about, the no mind. She's on TikTok mainly, but she posts her stuff on YouTube. So I get to see Vancouver and or British Columbia when she's outside, and I'm like, would have been cool to live there, because you'd all definitely get the ocean and the mountains. And it's warmer there throughout the year. So I get to see like Vancouver through her videos at times when she's not inside. Serial joggers, as you can see. Yep. Well, that was two more humans that we got to see. Tomorrow the trail will be a little bit busier, because tomorrow's Saturday, and tomorrow the weather's gonna be very nice. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and I think Wednesday is supposed to rain. So we'll see how I stream, and we'll see what happens. My phone, unfortunately, is not waterproof, and I would rather not take the chance. I can bring my umbrella, but there's times where rain's like coming from like an angle and still hitting the phone. So, cardinal. That's a brown cardinal. Not as common. That's like a shiny Pokemon. You got your red cardinals and you got your brown cardinals. Imagine a world that we actually had Pokeballs and we can capture them. There's only one Pokemon for me though. Unfortunately, that's not you. I like Eevees because they can evolve into many different forms. I think my favorite evolution is Umbreon. Umbreon, then Espeon, and then Jolteon. I think Sylveon is alright, but never really got into Sylveon. I was more Umbreon. I'm pretty good at like perception of like what's how are you? Good stuff. I'm pretty good at like when I see others coming behind me. See? More humans. There you go. You got some more humans there. But yeah, the only Pokemon for me is Mewtwo. That's my dude. That's my homie right there. I'll take Mewtwo. I know all the newer Pokemon may look a little bit cooler, but he's the OG. He's the original bad guy. Because of the movie? Well, I knew. Well, I had a Mewtwo before I saw the movie. It's just the movie made him even more cooler. He's the OG of the OG. Interesting. You know what's funny? Even though I used to like Pokemon, I've never actually played Pokemon Go ever. I've never installed it on my phone. I've never played it once. I know what it's about, and I know people have raids, and I remember when Pokemon Go was like everybody was into it, and I was like, I didn't get into it. I couldn't. Because I was starting to detest Pokemon. Because like how Nintendo and Game Freak was starting to handle the new games, I'm like, this fucking sucks. Hey brother. See, told you, more humans. There's one over there on his phone. There's one going up the hill. There's one on the bench. And there's two over here. No, that's too thick. I'm still looking for twigs. There are abundance of twigs over here. I'm going to just help myself to this one and this tiny one. And maybe this one. Watch it come back with a whole bunch of twigs and none of them actually do what I need to do. Hello. I stopped after some 9. Gotcha. Took back the first gym I beat. They deserved it. Where do the men go cruising? You mean like here? Hey Chelsea, good to see you. I have no idea. There's a hanging spot. In a moment, I'm going to go hang on the pull-up bar to stretch my spine and get some shoulder activity. And then there's a hill. For those of you who are new, I'm going to be walking up backwards up the hill. There's a human over there. I like saying that. There's a human over there. Yeah. I'm lucky to have this, because if I was in downtown Toronto, I'd probably freak the fuck out, because like it's too congested over there. I worked there for 12 years out of my 15-year career in IT, and like I worked in the financial district. It was great. Had the 6-figure career, wearing suits every day. It was great, but also just like just chaos. I'm gonna just quickly hang here for a moment. I just need to hang for a sec. Now just hanging with the spine. A bug came on my arm there for a moment. Awesome. There's a sister whose name is MK who comes on our stream. She is British, and I would say cheerio, mate. I don't have a British accent. They got the fancy English. Even though she says, we all speak the same there. I'm like, well, when I show up, it won't be the same. And all you have is fancy English. British. There's no T when they say British. They say British. I've never been to NYC, but downtown Toronto sure is dense. A lot of the more livable areas. Yeah, this is out. Downtown Toronto is about, on like no traffic, like zero traffic, a 25-minute drive. I can get down to downtown Toronto with very minimal traffic within 25 minutes. Driving. If I have to take the subway and the bus, an hour and a half. Big difference. But in terrible traffic, getting down to downtown Toronto from here would probably take about 45 minutes. It isn't too bad. I'll definitely take a trip downtown and do a stream downtown for sure. Good afternoon. I did one last year on my other channel, but that channel is no longer, that's just my archive now. This is my main channel. And the channel is really just to help people to unlock their fullest potential of their mind. But I do some of my workouts on this still. Still hang out, eat some food, chill, enjoy, have random conversations, you know. Chelsea said something, I didn't read it. What did you say? I love NYC, but I would never want to live right in the city. Yep. NYC is, I lived in New York for a little bit. I lived across from Manhattan. I lived in Roosevelt Island with Jessa for a bit. So I know what that feels like to live in NYC. It only takes one stop from Roosevelt Island to get into downtown Manhattan. One train stop, but we have to take train F, the F train. And the F train is also the train I used to take back in 2009 when I was living there at my uncle's place in Long Island. And he worked in the Empire State Building. He's a professor in IT. Hello. He teaches students Cisco networking. He was disappointed when I didn't go in the Cisco route. He's like, Cisco is the future, not Microsoft. And I decided to go Microsoft, and he was so mad. He's like, you're making a big mistake. Trust me, go into Cisco. I'm like, I don't want to fucking learn Cisco. I was very stubborn back then too. So I ended up getting the Microsoft stuff done. Got hired with Microsoft stuff. I ended up getting some Cisco things down the road. But those certificates are completely expired, and I don't plan to ever renew them because I'm not doing IT again. That journey is over. It's finished. It's done. It's complete. Yeah, I've definitely been to Washington Square Park in NYC. Very beautiful. There's characters everywhere in NYC. It's tons. I've been in Harlem. I've been in Brooklyn. My uncle is in Brooklyn still. And he says Kofi. Not coffee, but Kofi. Kofi. And he came here one time, he came here many times, but he one time was driving my dad's car, and we went to a flea market that was near my old place that we used to live. And I'm like, yo, dude, what are you doing? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you can turn right. You can go ahead. No, you can't. I'm gonna get charged. What are you talking about? Because in America, in certain places, you can't turn right on a red light. I'm like, bro, that's not how it works here. If it doesn't have a sign, turn your ass right on a red light. Think of it, treat it like a stop sign. And wait for pedestrians to cross if you need to. It's funny. Thank fucking God California is not like that. You can turn right on a red light unless stated otherwise. That's why I love California, because it doesn't follow the same shenanigans as NYC or like New York, where you have to fucking wait at a red light to turn right. That's so stupid. Yeah, that's not a thing in some places. In California, you don't have to do that unless stated otherwise. You can turn right on a red light. I understand where he was coming from because he lives in New York, so it's expected, right? And that's what I'm saying. Your expectations leads to your creations. So of course, like, that's his expectation, that he couldn't turn red on a red light. But that's not how the rules apply here. You can turn red on a red light unless specified otherwise. Like, it'll literally have the arrow saying no right turn on red. So that's why I said, like, just because it works the way in certain places doesn't mean it works that way in other places. And that same rule applies with each of our minds. However your mind currently works is how it works. You can always shift your mind, and your mind is moldable. It's flexible, it's plastic. It can shift into different things with different rearrangements of thoughts. But what you expect is what you're going to get, essentially. And expectation leads to revelation into your reality. But yes, some places in America, you don't need to stop at you don't need to wait at a red light to turn right. California is like Toronto. No need to do that. San Diego is basically like Toronto. The only difference, we got mountains and oceans over there. Where I plan to live is right by the airport, where I currently am in Toronto. So everywhere I go, I'm always by the airport. Less than 10 minutes away. So this is that hill I'm talking about. I walk backwards. This works on my knees, my hips, my hamstrings, my ankles. If I didn't have the phone, I'd be running up it, or my bag. I could run up it. This used to be my chill spot right here. But mosquitoes like to attack you when you're sitting there now, so I don't sit there much anymore. And we're back in residential area. Let's see, 1:19. Well, I have a call at 3 o'clock, so that's 12 o'clock your time. So I'll have to pull out my Mac, bring it outside, bring everything out. Whew. Look, humans. We're back with humans. I'm gonna go to the right again. There are many ways to the house, just like there are many ways to the top of the mountain. Even though we already are at the top of the mountain, we just have to decide that. He's got a Scion. I forget what model that car is. Yeah, it's really good for your joints. It feels like you just ran like a marathon. If you just run up the hill backwards, you will see it'll feel as if you ran for like 20 minutes. Especially if you have a steep hill like that. Yeah, walking backwards is actually very healthy for us. It's just we tend not to do it because we got to look ahead to see if anyone's coming, right? That's why we can turn our heads to look, but not as convenient as walking forward. Oh. My bag of twigs. One of them just broke. Since we went that way yesterday, I'm going to go the slightly longer way. We'll go around. Gives me some extra steps, by the way. Definitely gonna go play basketball at some point when the morning time is a little bit cooler, so that way the phone doesn't overheat. Because where the basketball court is, there's no shade. It's just pure sun will just beat down on it. Summertime, I deal with heat and phone. Phone and heat do not really mix. Wintertime, I deal with the cold. Cold and technology don't really mix. Best times to stream is during the spring and the fall. But it's been all good. It's all good. None of that yet. That I plan to do when I'm more in California. Like, I want to do that in Yosemite, and I believe Monterey has a nice mountain to do that. All I've done is hike up mountains, like in San Diego and Laguna Beach. I've done a lot of hiking because there's trails that go up the mountain, but no bouldering per se, and definitely no rock climbing yet. What's up, Jay? Mr. Justin, what's up, bro? On the subject of joints, I saw a funny video of a guy in his 40s jumping off the back of the bed of the truck, and then he showed his spirit next to his body. His knees buckled and he passed on. I don't know why that sounds funny. I know that's not cool, but I mean, yeah. They're going on a road trip. How awesome is that? That's pretty cool. That's dope. They're off to a road trip they go. I like road trips. They're going up north. 100% they're going up north. That's a cottage area. My man got a Bluetooth speaker over there walking with his doggy. I don't know what song he's playing. Yeah, that sucks for that guy. Hey, yeah. See ya. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. So the basketball court and the swimming pool area is coming up. You guys can hear the music, I think. It's got a certain vibe to it, the music he's listening to. Ooh, there's a car over there. I don't know if that's a Ferrari, an old school Ferrari, but that's looking nice. They're hiding it. So the swimming pool is over there, open from July 1st to Labor Day essentially. And after that, closed. In San Diego, open all year round. Yeah, it's pretty packed today. You take the bus? You want the bus? Actually, technically speaking, you can make a good house out of that bus. I've seen people live in a bus. Nobody's playing basketball right now. Oh, the food truck is here. There's a Caribbean food truck that's over here, but they're not in service right now. They make good food, by the way. I've never had their food, but I smelt their food. I walked by one time in the summer last year, and I'm like, damn, they make good food. I like it. Oh, he disappeared, the guy with the dog and the music. I'm gonna cut through the field. Why not? Get some greenery in. Bro, if I ever got a school bus, I'm gonna tear it down inside out, and I'll make like a nice like mansion-esque like getaway, like van life. Well, it'll be called bus life. Actually, there's a dude in your state, bro, named Nomad Brad. If you ever run into Nomad Brad, Justin, say what's up, because he's a cool dude. He's traveled around a lot of Arizona. He lives in a box truck, actually. But it's so funny, when you see his box truck, it looks like a standard truck outside, but then when you are... Wait a minute, there's some twigs here. There's some twigs I need to pick up. 1 and 2, because I need to potentially use it to dig what I need to dig. Oh yeah, those bus houses are extremely cool. I like them. So anytime I see people like modify like a box truck or a Sprinter van, because Sprinter van, they are designed to be livable. Like there's another YouTuber named Trent the Traveler. He inspired me with van life. I'm like, when I'm on the go, I'm gonna have one of them Sprinter vans. Drive around North America, get me one of them Starlink satellite things, slap it on my roof, get me a gaming laptop, plug that shit into a monitor, have my stove, my barbecue, my shower, on the go, my bed. That guy has traveled like everywhere, from Alaska to like Florida and everywhere in between. Let's see, it's 1:30. Okay. If anybody's using the kitchen, then I'll have to wait, but yeah. There's a human here. I like his shirt. It says ground your soul, but not soul as in like it's a play on words, but like your soul as in your foot. Good shirt. I like it. And he also has music playing. Seems like today we got the people listening to music. A friend moved from Arizona to North Carolina with her boyfriend, and they live in a super nice RV. A house and a property tax do not sound appealing. Yo, those RVs can be they can be set up very, very nicely. I seen this one like luxury RV. I'm like, that's an RV? That doesn't look like an RV. Like on the outside, obviously, you look at it like, yeah, it's an RV. But when you go on the inside, looks can be deceiving. Pretty crazy. Well, that net's kind of twisted. We're almost back. We'll be chilling in the backyard. I'm gonna make some eggs most likely, and pizza. I know it sounds like a crime, but I promise you, pizza with like an omelet egg is nice. Me likey. It'll take probably like 10 minutes to prep the eggs and whatnot and get it cooked. So we'll do that. Hey, how are you? I'm excellent, thank you. Enjoy your day. Thank you. The elite took the land and sold it back to us. Took the trees and sold us back the fruit, you know. Yeah, I know. Those elites are gonna be stopped at some point. Their time is coming. They just don't know. They don't know when, but the upheaval has already started to unfold. The cracks have begun. The foundations are starting to smash. Time's ticking for them. Thanks. Appreciate you, Lamb. Thank you for your conversation. It was good energy. Appreciate you. Trust I might see you again, but it was good to have you on. Enjoy your day. I know it's still early there. It's 10:34. Yeah, 10:34. 10:34 over there. Yeah, exactly. And the more who lift the veil, the easier the plan is going to get as time goes on. It's unfortunate that, for a bulk of our lives, the veil was not lifted, and like some others have gone it like super easy, where the rest of us had to kind of like go through our bullshit. But, we have the power to shift that in every moment. Like, at least we got to be aware, right? Awesome. A lot more to talk about. There's so much more to say. Tons to say. All live streams are interconnected with each other, so I do repeat myself because there's always someone new, but there's always a different way of saying the same thing. Evie, are you still here? I think you're here. At least you got to see the walk today, girl. The majority are definitely lifting the veil. Oh, look, black Cybertruck, y'all. We don't see those trucks often here, so when they show up, they're kind of a rarity. All right. Since the garage is closed, that means Dad is still probably sleeping. No, dude, we're almost back. What do you know about Ottawa? What you know about Ottawa? I wasn't expecting you to say that. I'm like, what you know about Ottawa, bro? We're back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. A bag full of twigs. I'm gonna have to like test some of these twigs out when I go down there later. Okay, a couple things I need to do right off the bat is I need to plug in my battery for tomorrow. Because if I don't do this now, then it will not charge fully overnight. It takes forever to charge this thing. You know what's funny? I actually brought an apple to chew on at the trail, and I forgot to bring it, and it's on my chair here. That's funny. Okay. So, let's see. Let's get you guys plugged in. I'll only be streaming for maybe another hour or so, because I have a call with a person who actually lives in your state, bro. Her name is Noelle. I already mentioned her to you, though. She lives in your state. There's another person I met recently who lives in Boulder, Colorado. Seems like it's a place that I'm supposed to visit at some point. Boulder, Colorado. Utah, Colorado, and Arizona. Those are places I must see. Arizona I saw as a child, but I mean, I don't remember too much of it, except for obviously what people show on like pictures and whatnot, and videos on social media. All right, let me turn the stream to 1080p 60 quickly. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. So let's tackle that now. It's a little bit of a work to bring my stuff out, but it's okay. Unplug this. I have to unplug this thing here. I'll be back out there in a moment. You'll see. So I have a Zoom call on August 10th. August 11th. With a community of people in Africa. There's like apparently going to be like 300 kids. And they want to hear from me. So it's going to be quite the experience. Starting to make my impact little by little. I thought that was going to be canceled because I didn't hear back from the guy. I need an easier way of doing this. bring out my microphone and my MacBook. Let's move that out of the way. So on Mondays, when I'm working with my clients, I bring out my fancy microphone and my MacBook outside if it isn't raining. What's up, Brianna? And yes, I have a stool with my MacBook. All right. No, I'm speaking to people on a Zoom call. There's like going to be a bunch of kids showing up to that call. Welcome to the podcast. You can't even tell if this is the microphone I'm using or not. Test 1, 2, 3. It's not glitchy on my end. It's working perfectly fine. Yippers. Got that microphone. I gotta open up Zoom quickly. Yeah. Let's see. Got the MacBook and everything. One sec. Gonna open up Zoom. Oops. I'm doing an update right now. I'm gonna continue talking and I'm gonna grab my meal. Awesome. Cool. Oh, that was the this thing. This is the gimbal. This is the thing that keeps the phone smooth while I'm walking, so it's not like jittery. Yeah. So this is when I'm working with my clients, I usually have my laptop. I'm usually like this, kind of like I got the microphone. I'll be like, "What's up, clients? What's going on?" I'd be like chatting with them. I have the MacBook more closer, like here. So I'm gonna just quickly fix it the way I usually have it. There. And I'd be like, I'd be chilling with them. I'd be like, I'll leave you. I'd be like, what's going on, clients? What's going on, people? And chat with them while I'm out here. I'm not wearing obviously this. I'm usually wearing like, sometimes I wear my suit, or I'll just wear like a shirt, like just a plain black shirt, just to keep it like professional, but not too businessy, because we're not, the suit aspect makes it businessy, but when I first worked with them, I did the suits, but then I'm like, you don't need to come dressed up looking like, if you want to dress up like $1 million, you can, but show up however you want to show up. Well, I basically what I do on the live stream is what I do with them, but the only difference between them and you guys is that they pay and they get one-on-one support. And they pay me based on the questions I ask them. Yeah. All right. So now that this is set up, we're good. I have to go get my charger for my Mac. Otherwise, if I don't get my charger for my Mac, my computer is gonna turn off. Oh yeah. A little bit of a process to get everything outside, but worth it. And I'm gonna grab my AirPods one time, two time, three time, four time, five time, six time, seven time, eight time. So my cable, my AirPods. This is why I love my extension cord. Yoink. Boop. Oh, okay, cool. Now, I just gotta make sure that AirPods connect to the Mac. I'm just gonna quickly just put these in. I have silicone ear tips. I don't usually put these directly in my ears. Did you not connect? Sorry about that. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to restart my Mac quickly. Is it very staticky? One second. What about now? Let me know if it's any better. So that means the stupid continuity microphone thing is still connected. Hold on, I gotta check my live stream. I pressed the wrong thing, and then the Mac and the phone connected together. So this is what happens sometimes. This is why I really loathe technology. When shit doesn't work the way it's supposed to work, it frustrates me. But I'm not gonna let that bother me too much. I'm gonna go on my live stream and see what the hell's going on. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Yeah, no, it sounds good. Test 1 2 3. Yeah, no, it sounds good. Well, I'm not shouting, but I have to make sure the microphone's okay. Ugh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Cause my now you guys are probably hearing all right, let's see. Okay, so that's the AirPods. Yeah, I know what's going on. The wanted to connect to my fucking Mac, not not my phone, but it's connecting to the phone, not my Mac. Yeah, I know it keeps. Hold on, I'm gonna have to disable my Bluetooth for a moment. One sec. Yep, so that's better. This should be better. This should be better. I'll have to like do something. I'll have to like do something. The issue right now is my AirPods do not want to connect to my Mac, and I just restarted my Mac. They keep wanting to default to my iPhone. I don't want it on my iPhone. I want it on my Mac. The problem is every time I hit connect on my Mac, it wants to connect onto my phone. In fact, it doesn't want to connect. It just auto connects to my phone, and that's where you're hearing the difference between this microphone and this microphone. This one is you're not gonna. This one is not work. This is not active for the stream. This has nothing to do with the stream. It's this or this. So I'm gonna hit connect again, and I'm gonna see what the fuck happens. I'm gonna turn off my friggin' Bluetooth. Connect this bad boy back. Connected. Now let's see if it actually stays fucking connected. Test 1, 2, 3. Nope. Oh no, it worked. It worked. Okay, I got my AirPods working. I could, but I don't want to. I don't want to wear wired headphones. It's annoying having to wear something and plug. I don't want to do that. I have it. I just don't want to do that. It's working. I got it to work. Little bit of patience and ingenuity, and I got it to work. As long as it doesn't connect to my phone, I'm okay. I'll leave the AirPods in my ears at this point, just so that it stays connected. There. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I can hear myself now, which is good. Perfect. Now, Zoom. New meeting. Let's see. Camera. No, we're not using that camera. We're using this camera. We're going to use the FaceTime camera. There we go. Perfect. Do. All right, let's do a quick little audio test. I always have to do this before my client stuff because my Mac sometimes does some crazy things. Let's see. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Perfect, it's working. Okay, cool. All set up. all ready to go. Now we're gonna go inside and make some eggs. Since I need to eat, let's roll. As long as no one else is using the kitchen, I should be okay. Grab my apple. Let me wash my hands first. Do 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 do. Yeah, whenever the AirPods connect to the phone, you guys will hear the microphone from the AirPods, which doesn't sound that great. It sounds very blah. Now you guys can tell the difference between the actual microphone that I'm using and the AirPods, or even the standard ones on the phone. The phone microphone sucks. No. Childhood home is 10 minutes away from here. It's in a building. We lived in technically four different places. We came here in 2005. I need to bring eggs. I trust that my microphone did not.
One sec.
So my AirPods disconnected again because I went downstairs. So we're not doing that again. Just putting all the eggs in the fridge. For real, AirPods, what the fuck are you doing? Don't you just love technology when it just wants to be a little bitch? It wants to be a little bitch right now. Test 1, 2, 3, making sure our microphone is good. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, cool. No, the AirPods are good. They were just in the case. It has nothing to do with charging. It's just old frequency wants to derail me with technology. That's what the old frequency does. It wants to get me frustrated because it knows I'm about to break through and transcend to the next level. So it uses technology against me. But I don't subscribe to the old bullshit that the frequency is doing. So I don't adhere to it. Because it knows that I get frustrated, or the character gets frustrated with technology very quickly. That's why I got out of IT, because if I stayed in IT, I would have systematically imploded because of all the stupid shit people call in about. Can you help me with this thing? Yeah. I'll never do IT again. I'm always going to be doing what I came here to do, not IT. I refuse to do that. I'll use my tech skills though at times, but I will not be paid for such stupid shit like that again. No offense to anybody in the IT field. Nothing personal. Definitely nothing personal to anybody in the IT field. I put all the eggs in and I needed 3. Come on now. What are we doing? It's a good field for those who want to, who are very, I mean, it's not an introverted field per se, but people who don't like to talk to other people. But when you're doing customer service, IT, you have to talk to other people. You have no choice. It has its beauty. It has its good moments, but see ya, bro. It has its good moments, but majority of the time it's like, ugh, crazy. Okay, so it's already 2:03 or 2:06. Oh my. And I'm gonna put on my pizza. And I'm gonna slow down myself for a moment because my character feels a little overwhelmed with the whole technology thing just now. So I gotta slow down a little bit. Breathe. Breathe, character. So we have this type of pizza, which has onion, green pepper, and chicken on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower down this toaster oven a bit so that it cooks. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Is this shit even on? No. There. Who even did that yesterday? Who even like touched that? Maybe old frequency. I'm telling you, the old frequency, when you're about to change, it's gonna start to seem like everything is like going against you. Like nothing's gonna seem like it's working. Things are gonna break. Things are gonna get cracked. People are gonna piss you off. Until you recognize that it's just the old frequency attempting to hold you hostage. It's not a person, but it's a spiritual doppelganger of yourself. A double version of yourself. What's up, Jeanette? Yeah. I'm just getting ready for my call that's happening in like less than an hour for Zoom, so I'm just cooking. Well, making some eggs. But yeah, everything will just like come at you systematically. Like an unexpected bill will show up randomly. Some physical thing will break, crack, scuff. Like that toaster oven, nobody ever touches the knobs, and now the knob just now was like set to off, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So it wants to like get the character pissed off. Because why is it doing that? Like, why is it like that? But I have to remind the character, remember, you're shifting, so expect shit to break. I mean, he does. He's not awake right now. I'm gonna change my shirt, take off my headband. Just put on just another shirt. Okay, so that egg's gonna finish pretty quickly. Because the stove has been on for a hot minute. August 11th at 3 p.m. I will have another call with people in Africa. It's a podcast, and it's a Zoom call as well. It's a podcast and a Zoom call all in the same thing. So there's going to be lots of kids from a community in Africa that's going to want to ask me questions. So I'll do my best to be on my A game, but I'm always on my A game. So that's what's happening on August 11th. That's a Tuesday. Yeah. Let's see what we got. Thank you. I didn't think it was going to happen though, because the guy hadn't reached out to me for a month. So for me, like, I don't follow up with people anymore. I don't do that. In my experience, like, if you are really interested, you will follow up yourself. So I didn't see his message. Hey, Princess, I didn't see his message for a month. So I thought he wasn't interested anymore. So I just left it as is. Egg is done. I'm good. Yourself? Well, let me rephrase that. My heart is great. My soul is divine. My mind wants to fight though. My mind wants to be like, fucking things are not working, blah 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 blah. So leave them be, Rihanna. Just leave them be. They're not doing anything. They're not like creating problems. Just leave them be. Don't create drama where there's no drama. You have been warned. Eggs are done. Okay. I'll see you whenever I see you. These eggs are nice. Look, Jeanette. But there is no sprinkle one, unfortunately. See you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. I may as well have one. Orion, you're going to destroy your body. Cheers. Don't do it, Orion. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Come on, pizza, hurry up. Yeah. Well, how's your bite? So you know what I'm doing with this donut right now? I'm telling the mind and the body that we're eating 100 grams of protein right now, no sugar. And I'm also saying that this sugar isn't dangerous. In fact, sugar is now protein. So the protein is the new sugar and sugar is the new protein. And protein is just protein. So I'm eating 100 grams of protein right here. You can't do that. Sure I can. Watch me. Watch me. Princess, what's up? What's going on? How's everything? What's new in your world? And Jeanette, how's your last couple of days been? I thought I sort of scared you away with all the dancing because you thought I got broken. I made a joke yesterday. I'm like, I think I scared Jeanette away because all that dancing. I think the dancing like scared her away. She got traumatized with all the weird dancing I did. That's funny. Come on, pizza, hurry up. Yeah. Today's been a good day, minus the whole tub thing. Gotta deal with that. Sucks. I need some vinegar. I have baking powder, or baking soda. And just need to boil some hot water once I dig out whatever's in the drain. That's why I got the twigs. I see you, damn old frequency. Fucking old frequency attempting to like derail. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. La pizza is done. Let's put some parsley. And some chili flakes. One egg, 2 eggs. I remember that time when I did that, and someone's like, "How dare you do that to pizza?" I'm like, "How dare you not do it to pizza?" Egg and pizza, really? Yeah, egg and pizza. Trust me. I've made some interesting mixtures. I once upon a time put some nuts into eggs. It's actually pretty good. Surprisingly, I put almonds and walnuts into egg. Quite crunchy, of course, but pretty good. Gotta say, pretty friggin' good. Cool. Let's go. Actually, before, let me take a wet paper towel. And now we can go. I gotta deal with the AirPod thing momentarily. Where's everyone else? So Evie was here, but I don't see her. She disappeared, although she is hiding there. Rihanna just left, as you know. Princess is around, I think, but she just disappeared too. Everybody just disappears. Yesterday, people just disappeared. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. So you're here, so we get to hang out. Chelsea's here. I just had grass-fed burger from someone. So good. I never... You know what's so fascinating? You said that, Chelsea. Yesterday, MK, I asked her, what's her favorite like food where she lives? She's like, there's this place called Honest Burger. And she was mentioning how she never had vegan burger before. And she had vegan burger, and she's like, it's the best shit she ever had. I'm like, interesting. And now you say the same thing. How fascinating. Well, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I've had one vegan burger in my life. Oh, my bad. My bad. My fault. She had a vegan burger. My bad. I read that wrong. That was my bad. I was thinking grass-fed is vegan, but it's not. Oh, Jay's here. Today's topic was talking about how the universe feels like it's blocking you. Like how my shit happened today, and in the last couple of days, like I wanted to go bike riding, blocked. My UPS went kaput a couple of days ago. Felt like I was getting blocked by the universe because I had to power down everything, and then that created a problem in the house because the internet wasn't working because all the internet stuff is right there. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Right? I should bring this out mic more often because it looks like I am talking on a professional studio microphone, which it is, by the way, a Shure SM7B, the legendary podcasting microphone. Anyways, So we were talking about how whatever we tell ourselves, we tend to block ourselves. We tend to generally block ourselves from the infinite flow because when we see physical shit happen for us, not to us, because the to us is the victim paradigm, we take it personally and we're like, fucking universe, how dare you do this to me? So that's what today's topic was about, unblocking yourself by the words that you say, the actions you take, the feelings you feel, and the beliefs you believe, and the thoughts you think. So the thing is, everything is stemming from you, right? You kind of, it's kind of, it's hard to put it into words, but it is a feeling. You'll know when you're blocking yourself. Oops, pause that. The funny thing is that the local, I'm reading the chat there, it's just easier. Yeah. So to get back to your question, Jeanette, it's a bit of both, but when you see things in your experience start to like just randomly fall apart, break apart, that's usually a signal that the old frequency is attempting to dismantle and dissect and attempt to bring you down so that you can stay where it is. Otherwise, why would it show up? Stop flying around here, damn it. Go. So, general instincts, you'll know like when something is not meant for you. Like it's generally actually dangerous for you. Like for example, for example, when you're taking a turn, you're like, I shouldn't go down this street. Something's off. Don't go here. Don't go here. Your gut will tell you. You'll literally feel it. But the thing is, most of us were too distracted in the world to know who's speaking. Is it the mind or is it the soul? And here's a challenge that I'm probably going to do at some point again. That would require me, technically I have to I'm going to be live streaming, but after I'm done live streaming, I can't use any social media at all. No YouTube. So I already have workouts already saved on my tablet. But technically speaking, the only thing I can do is use to look at videos for workouts, but after that, throughout the day, can't fill my day with distractions. So like for example, if I decide to do a 7-day detox again, I did that in May of 2024. It was good, a digital detox, but it wasn't just a digital detox, it was a detox from distraction. Because most of us, we tend to go from one thing to then another thing. So, for example, if we're consuming a lot of content, then we'll distract ourselves by watching Netflix. Why not just sit in silence? Because a lot of us are afraid to feel things. But everyone's looking for their answer, but they're not allowing themselves to sit in the moment of the now to get the answer. I spent an exorbitant amount of time last year in the summer sitting out here with my live stream where no one was talking to me. There's no one. Like T-Bray came on here and there, but I mean he wasn't on all day. So what else did I do? I just sat. Sometimes I would turn on content, but most of the time it would be like I was not entertaining things, so it allowed me to start hearing things easier. And so you'll know when you're blocking yourself by the thoughts you're thinking, by the feelings you're feeling. Like, why am I feeling this thing? Why am I subjecting myself to this feeling? Let's see. Gotcha. I was just reading Chelsea's message. So, we tend to block abundance. We tend to block infinite flow because we are afraid of the magic that can unfold. Because think about it. If you remember, it all comes down to word associations. Imagine life was, money is easy to get. Some of us have a money wound that money causes pain and suffering. So you will push it away and thus you block it. Or your next relationship, because you might have been hurt in your previous, we were talking about this earlier. You were hurt in your previous relationship, so you're expecting to be hurt again, potentially. Right? You have that fear. It's okay to have the fear. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just how you frame your fear is how you're either going to allow it to either unfold or block yourself. So another good example is business. My clients specifically. Not to get too personal into their stuff. I'll say it again. So like, for example, the relationship part. Let's say in your past relationship, you got hurt, right? So it's hard. And I know this one will make it resonates with you because you've experienced this yourself. But you might expect your next relationship that someone might do the same thing again, or betray, or backstab. And so our thoughts and our feelings, with that expectation of feeling like we're going to get hurt again, can potentially block someone who is actually not going to do that. But then we actually bring in someone who is going to make our confirmations true. And thus, they will hurt us again, and then we run into the same patterns again, because what the thinker thinks again, the prover proves. So, there is a lot of different ways that we tend to block ourselves. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah. There's a lot of different ways we block ourselves. Let's see. It's true because after being single for so long, I met someone and I worry about being hurt again. Right. So that's an unconscious and a subconscious fear. There's nothing wrong with the fear. Like there's no problem with that fear. What becomes a problem is the framing and the perspective of that fear leading into more of it being more of a problem, which then will be manifested into a physical form of a person who will match what you were expecting to happen. Hey, is your name Nothing? No, yeah, New Thing. Thank you. I want to eat food that is closest to as God intended it. I won't allow corporations who want to poison me. Eating healthy. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. For me, I just tell myself nothing can affect me. Minus, like, I'm not gonna go drink bleach and go stand in Chernobyl and see what's gonna happen. Like, come on, a little common sense. But you know, for me, depending on food can affect you, yes, 100%. But it can only affect you if you put the fear out that it's going to affect you, and thus you create some extra unnecessary blockages in your system, and becomes like a kink in your system. But yes, healthier, like closest to God, is definitely, well, whatever that really means. Because in today's day and age, I mean, if you're digging it from the ground and you're actually going and doing it yourself, and you actually planted the grass without any fertilizer or whatever thing, I mean, then it's going to be as healthy as it's going to get, right? Could be placebo. I've seen people slap the word organic onto things that's not really organic. Could be. No. Well, if you adhere, and you've been here long enough, Chelsea, so you know what I'm about to say. Corporations can poison you, yes, but again, it comes down to your internal power. If you're still playing a human character, then you get subjected to corporations and their poison. For me, I don't play human, so I can eat whatever I want without getting affected by it by much, because I've told myself that nothing can affect me. So that means nothing can interrupt my connection with the divine, with God, which is not up there, it's in here. But you can use the up there if you want. So it can only affect you and your interconnectedness if you allow it to. So yes, but also no. And I've become so used to never being able to be vulnerable in front of people, because that has been weaponized. That has been weaponized. Trust is such a hard thing. It's okay. That's your journey. I had to. I was in the same boat, Jeanette, but I said fuck it, because my liberation is more valuable and more worth it than someone else's, like, opinions, or for me, being vulnerable supersedes like, trust is important, obviously, but for me it supersedes trust, because on my deathbed, will I have lived my life to the fullest, or did I hold back? If there's even anything that says I held back, then that means that I didn't live it to the fullest. So for me, trust is, now I give it 100% to anybody, but the moment you step on me, you're done. Like, you're finished. Like, I won't even hesitate. Somebody stepped on me recently, so I'm giving them a little bit of the colder shoulder now, because I still care about them, but they said what they said, and I will just leave them be. I let people talk, say whatever they want. Because you know the thing is, like, oh, I won't go too much into detail, but basically someone said something and rubbed me the wrong way, and I was like, nah, you know what? I'll let them keep talking. I'm just gonna just keep my peace to myself. There's no point wasting my time with that person. So I leave them be. I love them. I care about them, but I'm leaving them be. So, and you mentioned it's hard to get out of your head, but you know what I'm about to say. What is it that doesn't matter, Charles? It's irrelevant. I'm not gonna say anything else besides that. Um, what was I gonna say? Who's the one that's having a hard time to get out of the head? You, Jeanette, or the mind? I can tell you, I already know the answer. It's not you, it's your mind, but. And which one is me? The true you or the mind you? Because your soul already knows that trust is like you are one with the universe. What is there not to trust? Like when you start tapping into more your God center, like things just become so much easier. Doesn't mean that life is becomes free of problems. You still have problems for sure, but life becomes much more easier to navigate. I really trust these fucking AirPods will connect again. If the thing does its stupid thing, I'll figure it out. Come on, stupid AirPods, fucking connect. We're doing this garbage again. Fucking technology sometimes. This is where you guys get to see the old frequency come into action. Basically, what I said was, well, I was fixing technology, but I was saying like the the true you is one with God. So what is there not to trust? Yes, have discernment always, 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 always have discernment, but what is there not to trust? Because like now that you know that you are a walking universe, right? What is there not to trust? Ugh, stupid fucking AirPods, honestly. Now my friggin' neck to the computer. Damn it! Like I don't understand why it has to be so friggin' difficult. Like all my other Bluetooth stuff connects no problem. That should be okay. Perfect. It's working now. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to leave it alone. Yeah, so let me see. I try not to rub people the wrong way, but I'm sure I still do it unintentionally. But yeah, other people's emotions are out of your control. And I said this earlier, I'm going to say it again. And I know Jeanette and you, Chelsea, you're going to like this because you didn't hear it earlier, so I'm about to say it. Other people's versions of you, or their whatever they think about you, is not. You cannot control other people's versions of you in their mind. Like, you can't. Like, whatever someone thinks of you, that's purely on them and them alone. You have your own opinion on yourself. That's all that matters. People can have opinions about other people. Cool. But the person in itself has their own opinion of themselves. And the most important opinion you'll ever take is your own. Not your parents, not your brother or your sister, not your girlfriend or your boyfriend, not your husband or your wife. Is yours. So again, to get back to what I was saying, my call is in about 14 minutes. When we know who, and it always comes back to you, when you know who you are, right, fully, you can't really block yourself from anything because you understand how the rules work of the game. Shit is going to unfold the way it's going to unfold. We all have our own way of living, operating, and being. If we don't align, if I don't align with someone, I simply just don't align. Like, they're living their way, that's their way of living, let them live their way. Don't bother me. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Basically is what I say. If you are like operating from this way of like being, then I will just go do you, you know what I'm saying? Like, just go. Like, there's no point. I'm gonna do me, you do you. I'm not blocking me, and I'm definitely not blocking, like, I'm not blocking your way of like thinking. Just like go. Just like go do you, you know what I'm saying? It's easier that way. That's why, like, for me, I'm not here to rub people the wrong way. I will say stuff that will potentially piss people off for sure, but you have to wonder, like, why are you getting upset about something? That's actually good feedback to understand. Like, I mean, if it's like something personal attack, like, you know, Jeanette, blah 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 blah, like something like that. Like, that's a personal attack, depending on what is said. But like, if it's more general and someone's getting triggered by something that's general, then that's up to that person to understand, well, why are they getting triggered by the thing that someone's saying? Like saying, you know how it's the wording, right? I'm about to say it again. Every one of you is God. You're all the universe. You're all the creator. You all have it within you, right? Like that wording. Like, if you hear the words like you are God, like we've just automatically assumed it's some dude in the sky, and that's cool. Whatever you guys believe in is true. But like, all of you are a droplet. You're a precipitant of the universe, and so like why would that trigger you? Like, if it does trigger you, why would that trigger you? And going to see like what exactly it, and you know the reason for it, there's two reasons. One, you don't want to take the responsibility because you've done things in your not in, and I'm not talking about you guys specifically, but like, people won't take the responsibility because they've done things and they know that God wouldn't do things like that, so they feel guilt and shame. And number two, it feels somewhat egocentric, or it's like a God complex, which that's not what this is. There are more humans who understand that they are the universe in walking form now, more than ever. So many humans understand this. Is it like all 8 billion? No, not even close. But a lot of the elites, the ones who know how the rules of the game works, they know who they are. They knew deep down exactly the principles to this game. It's now that we are starting to understand the rules, so we won't be subjected by their rules, that we don't play the same game. We're on the same page now. You can't govern us in a way that like it suits your needs. Sure, the system's built, but like we are here. There's going to be more of us eventually. That's going to tether the system. The system's already starting to crack, it's starting to break, little by little. So I should take off my headband and start like get my hair fixed. I should go comb my hair quickly. I'm gonna take. Actually, no. I'm gonna leave my AirPods in. Fuck it. Yeah. Basically, more people are starting to understand that they are the walking universe within themselves. So, like that messaging now is becoming normalized in our society. It's still not quite there yet. But it's getting there. It is getting there. I'll brush my hair quickly. You know, you gotta look presentable. Let's quickly do our beard. Gotta groom tomorrow. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Friggin' AirPods. Really? Did you have to disconnect? Come on. Stop being stupid now. Ugh. Stupid AirPods. Seriously. Yeah. I mean, I'm not mad at them. It's just, you know, I said some stuff. They didn't like what I had to say. They said some stuff, and then they decided to say what they said. So I'm like, okay. If that's what you feel, then that's your choice. You know, I told you, like, I'm not gonna hold back on what I'm gonna say. You know, it is what it is. So there's no drama. I don't do drama. It's just like, you said what you said. It's fine. No big deal. It's all good. Let's see. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, now we're back in sync. Well, I have to end the stream. I will. Thank you, Olga. Appreciate you. I will have a great call in 6 minutes. I will be jumping off the stream shortly, and then so I can go use the bathroom. Yeah. Yeah, for me, like, yeah, I'll be jumping off anyway, so in a moment. For me, like, I'm gonna say stuff. It's not gonna sit well with a lot of people at times, but I'm not here to be the enemy. I may look like the enemy at times though, but I'm not here to be the enemy. I'm just here to basically say, like, you know, we're all equal. Like, there is no one who's higher, there's no one who's better. Some people want to be higher and better than other people though. But that's the thing. You're not higher and better because you're equal to everybody. I know there are a lot of very highly spiritual people out there in the world who are like, I am this ascended master and I am this goddess or I'm this god, blah, 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 blah. I did that shit too. I've been there, I've done that, I know what it feels like. And You know, that's like having the fucking gauntlet of an infinity stones, thinking like you have all the power in the universe. And yeah, you do. But the thing is, like, it doesn't make you better than anyone else. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, there's people saying about group 7. That's a whole new conversation that I saw recently on social media, that there's this thing called group 7 popping up now. And then there's, of course, the star seeds and this thing and that thing and whatever. I mean, like, hey, you are what you are and you say what you say, but the thing is, that's how it works in your universe. That doesn't work the way it works in everybody's universe. Like, so if someone says, like, you know, God is a dude in the sky, right? In your universe, there's a dude in the sky, yes. But in my universe, that's not how it works. So your universe works your way, but my universe works my way. And so, like, my universe, I see everyone as divine gods and goddesses. We're all just God playing a human character. So we're all equal. There is no the 144 divine, like the 144,000 chosen ones and all this other shit. Like, if it was really 144,000 people, that's the stupidest thing I heard. Because, like, then why did God make, what, 9 billion people for only 144,000 people to be chosen? Get the fuck out of here with that. It's the stupidest thing ever. Yes, there are people who came here to do specific things, yes, but they are not higher or better. They have a different path. Doesn't mean that they're better, though. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you can say all the things, you can be all the things, and that's great. But the thing is, what Jeanette said earlier, spot on. A wolf does not need to announce that he is a wolf. That's a true bar. Does a wolf need to announce that he's a wolf? No. So that's why I said, like, when certain individuals come on and they talk a big spiritual game, I'm not this high spiritual person anymore. I don't care about your spirituality. I don't. I know who I am. I am everyone else, equal. We all are the divine, the infinite intelligent, playing a human character, having a human experience, to live a human life, to have whatever it is that we desire to have, to master ourselves. By the way, I have to jump off in 2 minutes. She hasn't sent me the link yet anyway, so yeah. I will. Thank you. I might jump on later after the call. We'll see. I might just start the stream again. But yeah, I'll just call it unblocking part, or block part 2, if I do come back on. I'll see you guys in a bit if I do come back on, if not tomorrow. But I'm not done talking about this whole block stuff, because there's still more to talk about. There's still a lot more to talk about. So, love you all. I'll see you guys in a bit if I do come back on. So, bye-bye, y'all. I'll see you.